7. We're waiting for one more member to show up. So we get started with preliminary business. I would ask that if anyone's recording this meeting, I make it known. And I will point out that this meeting is being televised. Yeah, so that will be a way you best make it up. Our member, Charlie Cleaver, won't be with us tonight. Unfortunately, he's up at Children's Hospital. His grandson is gravely ill. And I would hope you would all remember him in your thoughts and prayers. He's in need of a lot of support. First order of business is the minutes. And I think with the agenda that we have before us, I'll waive the minutes and excuse me. Go right to the discussion on Smithers Vincent project, 790 Main Street. Here's Michael. This is a discussion so we can make a recommendation to the Board of Appeals on the site plan review for this project. Is there plans for this? I hope all the little green lights are on your microphones.
Yes.
Whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and board members. For the record, my name is Lawrence Winokur. I am counsel to Smithers Vincent LLC, which is the petitioner in this case. And with me tonight is Mr. Joseph Souza, Facilities Manager at Smithers. Mark Estes from MDE Consulting. Doug Schneider, the Project Civil Engineer. James Royce from Studio 2112, Landscape Architect. And Mark Allen of Wilson Architects. The petitioner is seeking special permits and site plan approval from the Board of Appeals to expand its low-impact laboratory facility in 2 phases on its 9.4-acre site at 790 Main Street and 13 Station Street, lots 1020 and 1021 on Assessors Map 81. The lots are surrounded by woods to the rear, and I'll show you a picture shortly. And Station Street is, for all intents and purposes, a dead-end street with low traffic volume. The existing building was constructed in approximately 1940 for industrial purposes and was taken over by Smithers' predecessors for laboratory use over 40 years ago. The property is in an MR30 zone, and the laboratory is a valid non-conforming use and structure. Smithers performs environmental and regulatory testing services for a variety of industries in their efforts to bring new products to market. It has an excellent reputation in its field and is a national and international leader in delivering trusted testing services. It has been a good neighbor and sensitive to its surrounding landowners, a good corporate citizen in Wareham, and has provided a significant number of jobs to the community with the employees' attendant contributions to the local economy. However, the company must expand to accommodate its growing business. It now employs 143 people and is confident that it will ultimately expand to a workforce of about 250 upon completion of the second edition in Phase 2 in a few years. Smithers hopes to remain in Wareham, but will have no alternative but to review other options if they do not receive the permits under these applications. Since the facility is a valid non-conforming business and structure, we must secure special permits under Chapter 40A And under Article 13, Sections 1332 and 1441 of the zoning bylaw, a special permit for parking relief under Section 913. Through their long history and parking experience at the site, they feel it's merited. And site plan approval, all from the Board of Appeals, which will conduct its public hearing on April 9th. The laboratory hours at the site begin before the nearby school opens with staff and student arrivals, and the school day ends and students leave before the laboratory hours essentially end in the late afternoon and early evening. Therefore, there's no conflict anticipated regarding traffic, and my client has reached out to the school administration and had a very positive meeting with them regarding the expansion. I have a series of pictures I want to distribute. If you look at the first sheet, it tells you where each of those pictures was taken from. And I won't go through them all with you, but if you look at the first 9 or 10, you will note that they are basically surrounded by woods. The latter 4 or 5 pictures are taken from Fearing, and they show the houses that are on that street. And I would note that the pictures were taken in the late fall or in the winter, so that there is no tree cover that will disappear in the wintertime. It's as bare as it's going to get, so that there's very little that can be seen of the locust site from the surrounding parcels. The Conservation Commission will conduct a hearing on April 2nd regarding the project. We've received a letter from the Fire District regarding water and fire protection, and the district has no objection to the expansion as proposed. I note that Mike is here tonight if you have any questions in that regard. The selectmen, in their capacity as sewer commissioners, have voted favorably on the future need for additional capacity. We've tried to touch base with every town board, department, and committee which might be related in any way to this process, and frankly, have received nothing but favorable reviews to date. We hope, after hearing from those following me, that you will vote a favorable recommendation to the Board of Appeals tonight. I'd like to call on Joe Souza, who would like to speak briefly to you. He's the facilities manager at the business. Joe?
Thank you, Larry. I just want to say how excited I am to be here to represent Smithers Viciant. Very proud of the work that I've done there over the years, and very proud of the company that I work for. I'm also very proud of the team that we put together that is before you tonight. We've worked very hard, and I think that we're well prepared, and we're certainly prepared to answer any questions that you may have, or prepared to do whatever you deem is necessary in answering any questions that we can't answer tonight. I also wanted the chance to put a face to the name of the company, and let everyone know that I'm available to likewise answer any questions, not just tonight, but anytime anything might come up. Again, hope for a favorable decision on your part, and would appreciate that. Thank you.
Doug?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Doug Schneider, consulting engineer and civil engineer with here tonight. My task tonight is to expand on some of the issues that Larry had touched on, hopefully not duplicate anything. The photograph that you see up on the easel represents the site and some of the surrounding areas. You can see that on, might be easier if I stand in. Gotta bring the mic. Hopefully I won't make too much noise with the microphone. The site is located off of Station Street, which is located just off the intersection of Toby Road and Main Street, just beyond the Deacon School. This is the parking lot for the Deacon School, and the site is accessed just past the railroad tracks. And it's currently surrounded by woods. As you can see, there are some homes up on Faring Hill Road that are well buffered from our site, and there's a couple of homes further down on the end of Station Street, and vacant land across the street. The current operation is this H-shaped building that you see, with parking on both sides, a formal parking area on the south side, and basically a partially paved and gravel parking area on the northerly side. There is currently a driveway that accesses North Main Street that is, for the most part, which is gated off so that all of the access comes off of Station Street. There's a greenhouse facility in the rear of the building that's remaining. The project is being broken into 2 phases. Phase 1 is a 7,000 square foot footprint building, 10,000 square feet of occupiable space, and a 20,000 square foot footprint with 40,000 square feet of occupied 2-floor building. For that, we're revamping the entire parking area except for the existing parking area on the south. With it being constructed in 2 phases, the bulk of the new parking will exist on the northeast side and northwest side, and then the phase 2 parking, when this section gets built, will occur over in this area. Currently, there's minimal stormwater management for the site. Essentially, all the water just runs off the site towards the back. And we've got 3 different detention basins, recharge basins, stormwater management systems. One to be installed up on the northeast corner here to handle the runoff coming off of the northeast side, and then 2 other basins up off in the back to handle the phase 1 drainage in the back, and then the phase 2 building and parking area back in here. There is a wetland system that runs along the rear of the property that acts as a nice natural buffer to our butters to the north. There is an intermittent stream that flows primarily from a couple of catch basins that come off the highway here. And the wetlands line's been flagged. We're maintaining a 50-foot no activity zone along the identified wetlands. So we help to maintain a nice natural buffer. The parking area that we've sized, we're seeking a waiver on the reduction in size from, I think this bylaw requires 1 space per 300 square feet. We're asking for 1 space for 400 in conformance to their corporate needs and what they feel their occupancy loading rates will be realistically. So we've gone through a lot of effort to minimize what we can on the parking in the building. When we originally started looking at this a couple of years ago, the building was actually about 2/3 the size on this phase 2, but it's been scaled down. Parking's been scaled down. So we've done our best to try and minimize the impact on the surrounding areas and make this a really nice showpiece for them. This is what they're trying to accomplish here. And one thing that they have done in the past here is there was a house on Station Street just opposite the Deacon's School that they purchased a couple of years ago and have cleaned up this property here so that when people do enter the school and their property, they encounter a nice park-like setting rather than the residential property that was there. So they've trying to be the best stewards as they can to the community. Like Larry said, they've been dealing with the water and sewer, addressing any concerns that they have.
Have they finally got to the bottom of the odor from that pumping station? Or does that still exist?
I'm not aware of that. And I think I'm going to end it there and turn it over to
Joe?
landscape architect.
Joe? Do you know anything about what he's asking about?
I'm not sure. I know that there are odors that emanate from the pump station once in a while. The odor that I'm most accustomed to is a garlic smell, and I think it's from the
When
crouton
you're down into the
factory.
croutons, yeah.
Right, sorry. So it comes from the pump station, which is there. We actually built back in the 1980s to service our property and the Deacon's School. And I think at that time, the industrial park was serviced by another line. And I think since then, the industrial park on the other side of 28 pumps over to that pump station. And then it's pumped out into the main line on Main Street. So the odor that I'm familiar with is the smell of garlic, yes. I don't know if there might be other odors there too once in a while.
Well, at one point, they had atomizers on top of it to mask the smell. It was so bad. And then I think Wareham Crossing did an upgrade to that station when they built and alleviated it some, but they still persist in certain weather conditions.
I'm with Studio 2112 Landscape Architecture. Trying to get this the right distance. And I'll present to you the proposed planting and lighting for the site design. This is shown with a full build-out with Phase 1 and Phase 2. And we've worked very closely with the team, and particularly with Doug, the engineer, to develop a plan that works with the grading and the proposed stormwater management. We looked at the Articles 7 and 10, which pertain to the lighting and landscape requirements. We believe we meet or exceed them in these cases. We focused on maintaining existing vegetated buffer around the perimeter. Those are shown in these dark green areas as much as possible based on the proposed program and the grading. The basins that Doug mentioned are in these 3 locations. And so we've developed a plant palette that works specifically with the hydrology and the conditions that will happen there, which is more periodic inundation. So the whole plant palette is shown here. I won't go through each plant, but in general, these are all native plants that occur in this area, and they're very hardy. We have sugar maple, which actually we worked with both Wilson Architects and with Smithers on this courtyard project early on. And as they were mentioning before, their purchase of the adjacent property, one of their priorities at that time was to improve the streetscape, that they wanted to look at the view. So we actually did this row of sugar maples about 7 years ago, perhaps, and they're doing great. It's actually quite an asset to not only the property, but kind of the public streetscape. So we've picked up on that palette. We've got sugar maple, we've got red maple, which is a wet tolerant species. We've got other things, eastern red cedar and white pine for screening, in particular in the areas where there's disturbance for new parking and grading. We've focused more evergreens around this area, around the basin, and around the backside of this basin. And within the interior, we've got a mix of deciduous trees, some with varying fall color. We've got swamp white oak, red oak, Leland cypress, a lot of fast-growing, very hardy, kind of tolerant plants that'll help to screen and provide a variety of seasonal color. Within the basins themselves, we're proposing, it's actually a seed mix. It's a wet-tolerant seed mix, same thing. It'll provide erosion control, it'll provide seasonal color, and then it'll also tolerate the conditions of those basins being inundated with water periodically. Switch boards here. So the lighting plan shows these are the locations. This should be submitted also. Each proposed light fixture is shown with a T3, T4, T5. Those all just refer to the light distribution of that individual fixture, but all the fixtures are the same. It would be an LED fixture on an 18-foot mounted pole. And we've worked with a lighting rep to develop and kind of refine the lighting plan such that we meet the criteria of balanced light levels within the site, so we don't have a lot of contrast from light to dark, which presents a safety issue. we're specifying not only the horizontal cutoffs, but also vertical house shields on the backside of these to limit any light spill, so that all the light is oriented in towards the property. And these numbers shown throughout the site here with the little tick marks, those are actually the proposed foot candles that we're proposing on the site. And these have been distributed, so the minimum is a half-foot candle really around the perimeter, but even within the site, the average is probably 2 to 3, and there's a little bit brighter, maybe 5 to 7, maybe 8 max. So you'll see other commercial venues with 20, 30, 50. A car lot might be 100 or 200. We're talking like 6 to 8. It's very, very balanced. Lighting definitely on the low side as light standards go. There's photo cells, so they can be controlled either by just light if they want them to be, but there's also manual controls, so they can meet that 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. functional requirement. And if there's any specifics about hours of operation, I defer to Joe to speak to those, but they'll have full control, both manual and the photo sensors. Thank you.
Good evening. Mark Allen from Wilson Architects. I'm going to run you through some of the architectural considerations on the site. This board here is showing on the left the existing facility from a bird's eye view, kind of almost a barn kind of typology in this H shape. The phase 1 extends that with a small addition at the gable end, furthest from what is the existing entry to the facility here. And then phase 2 puts the larger addition close to that first entry, also in a kind of rectangular form that's consistent with the overall orientation of the existing buildings. This is a drawing of the elevations, the exterior elevations that I believe you have in your packet. And starting with I won't go into detail on them, but I'll just orient you to them. On the bottom with the elevation titled 1 is showing the first phase, kind of the end of this, again, this sort of barn type building that would be the first addition extending from the gable end of the existing building. What we're trying to do, you can see in this east elevation, number 3, so that's also shown down here in the rendering. What we're doing is extending the lines of that existing building, some of the horizontal lines, using a clerestory window under the eave to emphasize that roof line. And then for the phase 2 addition, picking up on some of those horizontal lines, replicating that clerestory that we're introducing in the first phase to keep the language of the additions consistent with the existing building. We wanted to introduce some of the considerations. These are, what I should say is these are materials that we're considering for the exterior, and some of the, on the left, there's some precedents in terms of building types, and on the right, the materials that we're proposing. So images related to, in some ways, Wareham's heritage with cranberry bogs, a kind of barn type building that then you see other images also with the gable end with clapboard siding. One of the things in the existing facility is this what sort of white clapboard siding. It's not actually a wood, but it retains that shadow line, and then a very dark accent banding. So the center represents a detail of an office project we did in the facility that had a projecting window, and you see again the sort of crisp white horizontally oriented siding, and then the accent being a cedar color around the projecting window, and we picked up on the black mullion and black trim. So that's something that we would carry over to the first phase of the new addition. The shingles would match the existing building. We would pick up the horizontal banding either in a metal or a fiber cement product, and then have cedar as an accent color. And lastly, a rendering looking from Station Street toward the existing building here on the left, with the new addition here on the right. A overall organization that's complementary to the existing facility. Thank you.
And do you folks have any questions for us?
Go ahead, Michael.
I'd like to know a little bit more about hours of operation. I know that you said they don't conflict with the school, but I'd like to hear exactly what the hours are and how many shifts a day.
Yes, we have one shift a day. Our hours are, our business hours are 8 to 4:30. The nature of our business is such that we do have work that goes on a weekend. We have very minimal staff there on a weekend. We also have a very dedicated staff. Most of us are on salary, so we do put in long hours from time to time. So, but again, it's typically from 8 to 4:30. It's not unusual to have 15–20% of the staff be there until 6, 7, 8 o'clock some evenings.
So, and that won't change with the additional staff from 140 or so to 250, it's still gonna be just a one?
Just one shift, correct, yeah.
And on the weekends, could you touch on?
On the weekends, all of our studies run 24/7, and so it does require maintenance as far as the scientists tending to their studies, tending to their instruments. So we do have scientists in and out of there throughout the weekend, but the same hours. It's typically from usually a little bit shorter hours, but maybe 7 to 2 on a weekend.
And both Saturday, Sunday?
Both Saturday and Sunday, correct, and holidays.
Yeah. Based on the quick summary, I haven't read all this, but am I correct in assuming that once it's completely built out, you have about 100,000 square feet of buildings?
Correct.
And in reference to that, you're asking for approximately 250 parking spaces?
Correct.
I think that's all I have for now. Thank you. Thank you.
You touched a little on the lighting. Is it generally dusk to dawn, or do you?
What do you think on your lighting hours? Do you want to comment on that, Joe?
Yeah, what we would propose is that we would have some security lighting adjacent to the building that would remain on dusk to dawn. But any of the parking areas, especially in the extremes of the parking areas, we could put on, or plan to put on, motion sensors and timers, so that we would try to save energy and try to minimize the impact of lighting on the site.
Just a couple of questions. You handed out the pictures showing Ferring Hill behind your property. And once the 20,000-foot addition goes in and the retention ponds go behind it, what is left? Is it about 50 feet? Is that what I'm seeing that's left of wooded area? More or less.
It's actually going to be a little bit more. Up in the back there is, we do maintain the in the back, we do maintain the 50-foot no activity zone adjacent to the bordering vegetated wetland. And then there is the actual property line that goes to the stream that flows back in the back. So we do end up, in some cases, 50, 70 feet to the back, close to 100 as we get towards this area, to the actual property lines in the back. And then there's an adjacent wetland that surrounds the abutting property to the north that would have to remain as a natural buffer, hopefully remain as a natural buffer on the other side as well. So it's at a minimum, it's 50 feet to the wetlands, plus any distance to the stream, plus any distance that would be to the wetlands on the other side that would remain as a natural buffer.
Yeah, well, I was just looking at the pictures, and you can see some houses through the woods, and now that you're gonna, encroach back further, I'm just concerned that once some more clearing takes place or what have you, your lighting will be more of a concern to those neighbors at that time. I mean, right now it's one thing, but once you put that addition on, adjust the parking in the back, put the detention ponds in behind the parking, you're pretty close to 10 feet from that wetland flagged area. So, just a concern that the further back you get, the lighting needs to make sure it faces towards you.
We're 50 feet away from the wetlands with any activity. So we've got a natural 50-foot buffer, plus the landscaping. Then the pavement for the parking area is buffered by the basins, which won't have any lighting.
Yeah, I would just add to that, or I can respond to that. The lighting plan shows the fixtures here. The two in the back they're located along this north edge, but they are oriented towards the building. They're oriented south. So you can see the foot candles in that area are very minimal. They're within 10 feet behind it. They're down below a half-quarter foot candle. And then beyond that, if you go back to the planting plan, that there is some proposed screen planting that we worked with Doug to actually move those basins a little bit to allow planting on various sides. And there is some both evergreen and deciduous planting on the far side of the basin to try to enhance what the natural 50-foot buffer that's to remain there.
Okay, so just taking a look at your sheet 2 of 7, showing the 2 detention ponds in the back beyond the Phase 1 parking lot, is that a wooded area right now that you're gonna clear out to put in those detention ponds? All right, that's my point. You can put down 50-foot no activity all you want. You're taking out quite a bit of tree space. You showed the pictures. So all I'm saying to you is, my concern is the further back you go to put those ponds in, now you have nothing around it. Maybe if you put some shrubbery behind it, God bless you, but I'm just concerned that opens those woods back up right to the 50-foot mark. So the little bit of picture that you showed, that you did it in the winter so you could see that there was, what you could see, will be even more open after you do that.
Yeah,
So that's just my concern, my personal opinion, is to make sure that if you're gonna clear back that far, to put those ponds in that back, and make sure that the lighting is or any shrubbery maybe behind that, will help block it off.
The
Second question I had for you is my partner Mike mentioned parking. You're asking for a waiver of how many spots?
We're asking for a reduction from, it's 1 per 300 to 1 per 400 square feet of space.
Well, just give me the number. Humor me, it's 83, 90, what is it?
I don't have that number off the top of my head.
Well, while Doug is looking for that number, just to speak back to the photos, those photos were taken from the vantage of the furthest extent. So it was taken from a point where the edge of where the ponds would be. So it's not taken from, through the existing woods. It's actually standing in existing woods from the furthest point. So you're right on the edge of where in every case, we got out right on the very edge of what the vantage point would be.
So number 5 is to the back of your property line, is what you're telling me? Can't be.
No, it's taken from the edge of where the impact, where we plan to clear or to, not the edge of the property line, but it's taken looking at our property line from the vantage point of where the activity, our activity would be, the new construction.
All right.
In answer, hopefully to try and answer your question on the spaces, the 1 per 300 would compute to 330 spaces, 333 spaces required. But we're asking for 250 spaces, which is based on a very detailed long-term analysis of what Smithers feels that their population density can max out at, therefore not overbuilding the parking lot for their needs. So we're to be asking for an 83, it's 83 spaces less than what the.
Do you
zone-
have short-term events where you may exceed that parking?
No, our current employee count is based on, a long-standing count on how many, we look back at what our culture has been for the amount of usable space that we have within the building. Right now, we've maxed out our usable space. So we have 50,000 square feet of occupied space right now, including all the mechanical space and everything else. So we're a scientific laboratory where we're testing fish, and we have chemistry laboratories. And so it's not, the density that we have is not the density that would be typical in, say, a hospital setting or a similar setting. A lot of our space is taken up with test equipment, with laboratory space, not with people. So it's the calculations that we do have fit very well over the years, and those are the projections that we used as we build new structures. We would be using the same projections. That's where we came up with the numbers that we have.
Well,
And we actually, in the parking layout plan, there actually is allowances for visitor spaces above and beyond the 250 employee count. So should there be should everyone be there at one time and they have some visitors and the handicap spaces are full, we actually got 280 spaces on the site, but we're looking for the minimum 250 is what we're there to handle the employee needs, and then we actually have a little bit extra in the system built into it.
Any more on parking?
and I could go on and on, but it's not worth it.
Can I just add to that,
Sure.
Judge? I think it's important to note, this is a non-conforming use, so if there were a change of use, permits would have to be secured by, and there's no intention of them to transfer this, but if that ever happened, they would have to go through the boards, and if parking were an issue, or if the boards felt they ought to expand parking, they could require it. So the purpose of the reduction is for their use, and it's based on 40 years of experience with what their needs are. So the last thing I think anybody would want is to see vast expanses of parking. You see it, you drive by and that's all you see are parking lots.
Now, the lot to the property line to the, I guess it's the northwest, abuts what appears to be a residential house lot? Where's your, that line there? And you've come right up to the property line on that side. Is there,
It does abut a residential property that's currently undeveloped. The owner, McDuffie, I think it is, has a plan that was approved by the Conservation Commission to put a house on that lot.
Mhm.
And he does have a driveway, which is the cleared area that you see running along the property line to an area towards the back of the parking lot where a house could go. Joe had reached out to Mr. McDuffie several months ago to review what we were looking at and kind of give him the heads up as to what was being proposed on there. And that was one of our focuses, was trying to provide a buffer and minimize the impact on adjacent to his, and that was one of James's
Well,
task was to
looking
provide
at your
screening
landscape
there.
plan from this angle, it's kind of hard to determine how much screening you've built into it. That's,
At the pinch point, it's 20 feet away from the lot line for the paving, a little more than 20 feet. And that's where we're trying to put in some of the densest screening vegetation we can.
That would be the evergreens.
Yes, and that would be in this area here. So as Doug's using, Doug's terminology, the pinch point being here, this is the property line. We left a large wedge here, a lot of plantings in here just to supplement, as we clear this area. And then a lot of screening in here in addition to the natural vegetation that's here.
and when are you scheduled to go before the Board of Appeals?
April 9th. Just one more point of clarification, John. On the pictures, am I clear, Joe, that the pictures were taken from a point which is the furthest development point on your lot? There's not an additional 50 or 100 feet of trees that'll be torn down?
Correct, so the pictures were taken starting here at the new line of demarcation between what we would clear to. So it's taken right along this line here, looking out. So there's currently woods in this area. The pictures weren't taken from here, they were taken from down into, again, at the worst extent possible, looking towards the property line as best as we could.
The line across here, is that this winter's snow line?
Joe took them.
Probably, yeah.
Any other questions?
Could we get a little bit more information on the building structures? Right now, I've seen some preliminary plans and it doesn't show a lot of detail. Can you shed a little more light on the details of the buildings and construction materials and things of that nature, other than the exterior finishes that you already mentioned?
Well, the interior planning has really not been developed beyond a very conceptual level. And particularly with the Phase 2, while Smithers anticipates expansion, the precise business that will expand and the needs of that are, at the moment, not fully developed. So really, there's not. I think what you're saying is, are there floor plans to go through, and those have not yet been developed.
Yes, and the structure itself, I assume.
The structure itself is likely to be a sort of a lightweight metal structure of some type, likely either in Phase 1 or Phase 2 to be bar joists and some kind of steel structure. The Phase 1 in particular might be, given that it's a relatively small size, might be a relatively lightweight construction, so it could be, it could be out of even stud construction perhaps, but that's only at I say that only at a conceptual level right now. I don't know if there were specific things that you wanted me to respond to.
You gave us good detail, I think, on the exterior sheathing, but, aesthetics such as, are they going to be just labs primarily, so there won't be a lot of windows other than that one row of windows you pointed out that will match the roof line? So will you be seeing just, I'm not sure the elevation of the buildings, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Will you just be seeing sheathing going straight up, or will it be,
Well, can you hear me on the mic? Is that?
Yeah.
The existing building, there's actually not a lot of windows. They're really not needed so much. And there are some exceptions to that. You see on this existing gable end, there's a couple windows and a kind of barn door. And so we've taken a similar approach. This building may have some high bay space at the end. It's possible that the space closer to the rest of the facility might have an office function or something where bringing in some natural light would be especially useful. So we've punctuated that with sort of upper-scaled window and some detail there. We've also, you may notice, we brought the clerestory window down to kind of create some interest at the gable end, and are also suggesting that the clapboard get divided up. So there's a kind of rhythm to the building. But all that said, we did want to keep the form simple and straightforward, and we think that that's complementary to the existing facility.
Roofing materials, please.
Right, so the roofing material on the phase one would match as closely as possible the existing building, which is a kind of classic gray asphalt shingle. The roofing material on phase two is likely to be a flat roof. We think that there's going to be the greatest flexibility toward having a more conventional two-story structure rather than a structure with a pitched roof and a gable end. So that's likely to be a membrane type roof that would not be seen from the ground.
Elevations, please, of the roof.
So the existing building has a roof elevation to the ridge of roughly 27 feet, and so the phase one matches that roof line. The phase two would have a roof height of about 29 feet from the average grade, and have a parapet of an additional roughly 4 feet. And that's to accommodate two 14-foot floor-to-floor levels. So that would give them a 14-foot floor-to-floor would give them good flexibility for the type of work that they're likely to do. And then beyond that, there's likely to be a mechanical screen of a size that we need to determine once the rooftop equipment is determined.
And that all will be shielded once that's up in some fashion, I assume, if it's on the flat roof?
I think depending on what type of equipment it is and how far back from the parapet and what kind of potential noise issues there would really be the determining factor for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anything further?
Well, one more, so the 7,000-foot addition is a single story, the phase two. And what did you say, Counselor, the phasing would be, a year or two later for the second phase?
No, there's no specific time, it would be within a few years. It's a matter of when, once the need presents itself, they would build it.
Clarification on that, the phase one is a 7,000 square foot footprint, but a 10,000 square foot occupiable space, so it partially 2 floors, full bay on a part of it, and then a portion will probably have a second floor to it, but all within the confines of with what you see.
And the 20,000 foot, did you figure the parking on the 20 or on the 40,000?
On the 40.
Okay. Thank you.
And I will say I've had the opportunity to be in that building several times over the years and seen it evolve, so to speak, which I'm sure you have too. And last time I went into the main entrance, it was quite a change from the old screen house. It looked good. Anything further? Thank you very much. We will get our recommendations to the Board of Appeals.
Will you vote that tonight?
We will certainly discuss it. We have a lot ahead of us, so we'll probably put it off till later.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. While Larry's in front of us, he did have a question regarding another project. I don't know how much information you have. It's regarding some release of covenant for Rosebrook, so that they may straighten out their, or achieve their financing. Okay. Now, is this the only form of surety on that, Larry?
subdivision was approved, the Form C was approved, as you all know, subsequent to that, the medical building lot, which is the one shown on that first sheet in yellow, was released from the covenant. And there's a copy of that release attached. Covenant, the next document.
That was phase one, correct? So,
I think so. And then in 2012, a Form A plan, and obviously Rosebrook roadway was sufficient, in your opinion, to release the covenant for the medical building. In 2012, the Form A was filed, there's a copy in there. And that's the one that has the yellow. That was approved in 2012, and there were two lots there. What's happening is on the left lot, Lot B, they're going to build a hotel. The bank council wanted us to come in and ask you to sign a partial lease of the lots. Same street, Rosebrook. It's good enough for the medical building. I assume it's good enough for this purpose. Maybe housekeeping is probably the best way to describe it. Same road, same two lots, but they're just about to put the pen to the paper next week and find it. Council wanted us to get a release of those two lots, so here we have it. It's in about a brief nutshell. The blank partial release form is attached to the again, the way that is the approach to the medical building was sufficient for a partial release of the medical building. So it's the same way. We're assuming it's satisfactory for you for that purpose. So if you could sign that release, sign it.
The roadway shown by which the Form As were approved, right?
Good.
But I mean, this roadway here.
Oh, that was the access strip of the neck, so-called, Lot B, which is where the hotel is.
And that's going to be owned by the hotel?
Yeah. Well, I'm not positive about it.
It's not going to be,
I don't know. I mean, they may be leasing the lot.
it's not going to be a town way.
No. Well, it's just access to the hotel.
And are they suggesting replacing the surety with another form?
No, I think the covenant is the surety, and the road has already been constructed, at least for the standards for the medical building. Presumably, you'd be comfortable with releasing it for this purpose as well.
Mr. Chairman, wasn't the medical building released because it was completed at the time, and that was part of the purpose of releasing it, because that phase was completed?
Yeah, and that's what he's stating, the roadway, Rosebrook Way is the roadway that,
Same access.
I don't have it in front of me that roadway's complete, but
And I
there is
apologize
still,
for the 11th hour, but it's just got laid on us Friday.
so the covenant would remain on,
With the rest of the property.
is there two lots down there? Or?
Yeah.
He's looking for a release on both parcels.
The two Form A parcels.
Lot A1 and Lot B. Any thoughts?
I'm just not an advocate of releasing.
Things have been changed so many times, we just have to keep track of what the hell's going on over there.
Unless we know for sure that everything's been satisfied, I'm not necessarily in favor of releasing the covenant.
We could get Charlie out there to review everything, I imagine.
You need something to do. If you feel more comfortable, or if you looked into the situation and reported back on the 14th,
Mhm.
whatever.
That's customary, we usually have an inspection done.
Right.
We could vote it tonight pending a recommendation from consulting engineer, which might expedite things.
If you voted it and sign it and hold it, don't give it to me. Once Charlie has indicated it's appropriate, then,
Any thoughts, Charlie?
I don't have any knowledge of what the covenant said, so I'd like to take a look at it before I commit myself.
Okay,
So I'm certainly willing to get on it right away and do whatever I need to do to inspect it, but I need to know what the terms of the covenant will be before I say that it's yes or okay.
very good.
fair enough. So would the board consider signing it and holding it subject to that?
You guys good with that?
If you're not comfortable.
I'm
just
not
don't.
comfortable. I'd
Okay.
like to see a report.
No problem.
But we will get that in the works.
Put it on the agenda for the.
Yep.
Thanks very much.
Sorry.
It looks like we're... Next on the agenda is a public hearing for site plan review, S&H Realty LLC. Get my act together here on that.
I think someone just moved them. I think they're on the other table.
You got nothing.
You got a copy, John?
Oh, what's that?
No, the big plan. Is that the, Kobe Road?
No, this is the one we just looked at.
Oh, okay.
That's it?
Guess we must pay by the pound on what they ship over to this building. I will waive the reading of the public ad, just to expedite things a little. The green cards have been checked. So with that, I will open the public hearing for, this is, have they assigned a street address to you yet, or no?
I don't know.
It's not listed on my paper, so.
Yeah.
Let me find that.
Correct.
I think it's always been listed as 28 in Toby. I don't know that we have a street
Site plan for
address.
28 and Toby's. Cranberry Highway. And with that, I will,
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman Barrett and members of the board. My name is Michael Kiernan. I represent S&H Realty LLC. With me here tonight is Scott Robertson, a representative of S&H Realty, and our engineer, Jamie Anderson, from R.J. O'Connell and Associates. What we are proposing for our site plan application is on 3.4 acres, which is adjacent to the old Walmart project, and this has typically been, in the past, referred to as the Walmart out parcel during the pendency of the Walmart hearings. What we're proposing is construction of one retail store in the amount of 4,000 square feet and 2 restaurants each in the amount of 5,000 square feet. All of this proposed construction is entirely within the commercial strip. None of the project is contained in the wetlands or within the 100-year floodplain zone. So far, we have submitted preliminary documents to the planning board, and Charlie Rowley has provided some comments. As of the 20th, I think like 4 days ago, he did provide some comments to us. Those comments have in turn been handed over to our engineers, and Jamie Anderson actually submitted to Brenda Sampson his responses to those comments this afternoon. I don't know if the board is in possession of those or not. If not, we have copies for the board.
Did Charlie get a copy?
He did get a copy. Charlie, do you have a hard copy?
I do, thanks.
Jamie, do you need an extra copy?
We need a copy for Charlie,
Yeah.
Since Charlie Rowley's comments were only on the 20th, and I think he only received them back from us this afternoon, we have some initial progress on all of the items that were listed in Charlie Rowley's report. I don't know that anyone's had a chance to get into them in detail, but essentially, in short, or in summary, the plan in general is that Walmart will begin construction of their site in the spring of this year. It should start soon.
If we have one.
Yeah, exactly. So that construction will take place before any of the construction on our project takes place, and that's by design, because, as you know, a lot of consideration was taken at the time of the Walmart hearing with regard to a lot of the planning, because everyone knew the out parcel was coming. So our plan, and this dovetails into some of Charlie Rowley's comments with regard to some of the items contained in his report. Some of those will self-resolve, I should say, once Walmart is built. Walmart is not built at the moment, but our intention is not to build until they are well on their way. So with that, I'll hand it over to our engineer unless you have questions for me.
Who's gonna take you to Turtles while Walmart's being built? You guys are?
I was out there this afternoon.
They haven't arrived yet. It's been kind of cold. They'll be in the next couple of weeks.
Did you see the note from Wareham Fire regarding
You know what?
apparatus accessibility?
We were looking at the agenda. I don't think any of us ever got that,
Okay.
but I know Jamie Anderson has spoken to the fire department, so he may be able
So
to
he's working on it.
give you insight on.
I would like a copy of whatever email that was, but I did speak with Captain Dykstra. Dykus, excuse me.
This was on the 12th. At least that's what we said.
Yeah, and I did get his fire truck dimensions, and I did run the fire truck, and the fire truck makes it around the property without any issues. And he also recommends the hydrant spacing of 300 feet, which we are conforming to. We have four proposed hydrants on the site, one of which will be installed by the Walmart portion of the project. But good evening, I'm, for the record, Jamie Anderson, and the site civil engineer. I work with R.J. O'Connell and Associates. Here to represent S&H Realty for the proposed commercial development located at the corner of Cranberry Highway and Toby Road. Just give you a quick introduction. Walk over here with a little heavier than I thought. Just pointing out here the overall project, as you know, is a 156,000 square foot Walmart that is, as Mike had mentioned, going to be built sometime at in this spring. The site is bounded to the north by Route 28 Cranberry Highway, to the east by Toby Road, to the south by industrial and commercial uses, and to the west by undeveloped forested area with Stroh's Folly Brook running right along the property line. As I mentioned, the large portion of the site will be developed with a Walmart, for which they've obtained all local permits. Construction will begin, anticipated to begin this spring. I'm here to present the out parcel, which is located on 3.4 acres at the northeast corner of the site. Just flip it around here. This is an enlargement of the out parcel with a little bit of color so you can kind of tell what's going on. The development program consists of 2 5,000 square foot restaurants sort of on either end of the site of the buildings and 1 4,000 square foot retail building. We're proposing 180 parking spaces shown here in the gray. We're proposing access drives through the site, of course, and we are showing some landscaping, which I'll get into a little bit later, and utility infrastructure. And as Mike mentioned, the site is located entirely within the strip commercial zone, and all proposed uses are allowed by right. On the outside of the restaurant areas, we are proposing 2 patios with some outdoor seating. Seat counts in these outdoor areas are based upon potential tenants. However, the buildings that are shown on the plan should be considered sort of as placeholders. I recognize that some of the buildings aren't necessarily look like they're 5,000. They're both about the same size buildings, but just sort of a placeholder. Just keep that in mind for now. I'll show you the main access to the site is off of Cranberry Highway, Route 28, right through this driveway that Walmart is going to construct this springtime. We are proposing a left turn lane into the site right here. And the other access to the site, as you know, is off of Seth Toby Road into here, into the center of the Walmart site. And you can gain access to this side of the site from that access. We do have a loading area, service area behind the buildings here. This will be for loading only service, dumpsters, transformers, etc. There'll be no automobile entrance in there for now. We are introducing a lot of traffic control throughout the site, sort of to detract the use of out parcel as a cut through for the Walmart parcel. People coming through here to cut through. We are showing an ample amount of stop signs, and most importantly, going this way through the site. We want to be able to control that cut through activity to a minimum, and if they are going to cut through, we're going to try and keep that to a slower speed. Just to talk about drainage for a second, hang on. Storm drainage and stormwater management will be in compliance with the most recent DEP regulations, including the use of low-impact development, best management practices, and decentralization of treatment. I can point out to you the 3 infiltration fields that we're going to be utilizing for the site, a main one in the back behind the buildings, a second one along the main entrance right here, and a third one will be a subsurface shown in blue. I should point out the rest of the stuff that's in blue here is piping and manhole and catch basin structures. Just to get in a little more detail about some of the retention area along the west side will be taking both roof drainage and pavement. Surface drainage will be treated with a storm scepter prior to entering the infiltration retention pond. The unit is similar to what was approved by the Walmart portion of the site, just a little bit smaller than the ones they have. The retention pond, located at the northeast corner of the site on this area, takes surface runoff from the adjacent parking area. Runoff sheet flows across the parking lot to a grass swale located right along here, which then empties into a sediment forebay, which acts as pre-treatment, and then into the retention basin for infiltration purposes. And the final one, like I mentioned before, is the subsurface, located right here. Again, we will be pre-treating with a storm scepter device before infiltration, which basically takes this entire parking area. I should point out that the 100-year storm is entirely captured and infiltrated into the sandy soils located on the site. There is no outlets, and just flip the page around to the utility drawing. So I just want to point out some of the infrastructure that we will be installing for the site. The first one is water. You can see here in blue. We've got an 8-inch pipe coming through the site. It's a loop, comes back around to the 12-inch pipe that's going to be installed by others, by Walmart, through the drive here. Since submitting to you guys, I did get several comments from the water department, and he's asked us to actually shorten that loop and run behind the building, which we will accommodate, and I have actually sent a plan which they've approved. The pipe will come through the back and come back around this way. He's asked us to also install 2 more hydrants on the site, which we will accommodate. I just want to point out the sewer line, which is shown here in green, a little bit tough to see, I'm sure, from over there. Sewer does come out of the back of the building, down to the front of the site along Toby Road, and into an existing stub that's located currently on the site, but will be in the proposed Seth Toby Road once it's widened. But this stub here was installed for the purposes of the site back in the early 2000s. I can point out some of the other utilities. They're pretty evident on here. We got some gas coming to the back. We have underground electric coming to the back. We do have an electric line coming onto our site that will power the Walmart multi-tenant sign. That will be installed by others. Finally, I'm just going to show you the landscaping real quick. We're providing a lush landscaping plan similar to that sort of mimics the Walmart design, with shady trees along the perimeter of the site. We are going to introduce hardy and drought-resistant trees, and pretty much, if there isn't a irrigation required for any of this, we would not use town water. We would basically provide irrigation with a well. And I am aware of some of the comments. We are missing several shade trees along this perimeter here. In order to meet that local requirement, we are going to be adding another 15 or so shady trees to meet the total required for the perimeter. So with that, I think I already gave you guys our responses to comments, so turn it back over to you with any questions.
Grassy area on this is the southern corner. What was the proposed use there, or is that for future expansion, or missed that?
Oh, no, we don't have, it's currently for open space at this point. We don't have enough open space on the site, on this parcel, should it stand alone. So it's basically for open space is the answer to that. We need to meet minimum open space per zoning, and without that being green at this time, we would have to leave it green. Whether or not a building ends up over there and grass ends up in a different spot in the middle, that's up for future change. But for right now, we have nothing planned for that except grass.
Comment?
Could you touch on parking again, Paul? Just educate us, please. I know that the buildings are 14,000 square feet, and 100 proposed parking spaces will satisfy their requirements based on the uses you're proposing?
Yeah, based on some of the tenants that we've been talking to, we typically would see anywhere from 5 to 6 per thousand, depending on restaurants, go all the way up to about 10 per thousand. It's obviously zoning looks at it from a seat standpoint, but we've seen much higher requirements for tenants to sign leases that, you know, could be up to, like I said, 10, 12 per 1,000 square feet, so. That's sort of where we came up with the number.
One other concern, I know that your landscape proposal that I see there is somewhat conforming to what Walmart had presented along Toby Road, but I think, my concern is that it's really not quite enough, I don't feel, for Route 28.
No, agreed, 100% agreed.
Screening, and my question is,
Yep.
where you have limited space, and I don't know what that dimension is, if it's 20 feet or whatever that is, and you have that open space, would it be possible to push that back a little bit and infringe on your open space, but give yourself a wider buffer along 28 in the corner down to Toby Road?
What are we talking about?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, and like I said before, we will need to add several shade trees along here to meet requirements. So you're saying, can we push this in?
Yeah, I'm just thinking, it just doesn't look,
Yeah.
I think what you're gonna see is, your buildings are set back, and I'm sure they'll be nicely landscaped around those, but I think what people are gonna see as they drive by is parking lots. And my question is, that large green open space that you've left, could you, could you take part of that and push it here, so that you have more green space here and more,
More parking there.
yeah.
You know, I think in the end, you know, we would prefer to have parking near the buildings rather than pretty far away in the front in that green area.
Yeah.
I guess would be my answer to that.
And if you could, please touch on the sign, because I'm not quite sure exactly what that sign is going to.
The pylon sign will be fully permitted by Walmart's engineers, and we will not be building or permitting that sign. And that's either ongoing or already permitted, I'm not quite sure. It's permitted, I guess, sorry.
Spaces there for your uses.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, just two comments. Off of the highway, your second entrance in, up in the top right.
Yep.
It's one lane in?
It's,
And then it splits into two when you get inside?
that's correct, it's probably a 20-foot, 24-foot lane in, single lane that splits into two, yes.
Okay, and then my other comment.
Although
just,
that's, yeah, go ahead.
Well, my personal opinion is that entrance needs work.
Okay.
And second, I just hate to see everything get clear cut out like that. I mean, I know you're putting a row of trees in there, but however, as you drive by there, that's all you're gonna see is parking. It's just gonna make that corner crummy, in my personal opinion. So I would kinda like to see a better little landscape thing around that edge and.
This edge here?
Yeah, as you go up the highway, you know, as you're just driving up the highway, and don't forget, you've just come from lights and intersections and what have you, so I mean, you're not speeding by, you're kinda going slow. So it's nice to see what restaurant you might have in there. I don't know who you're talking to yet. I just think you've cut the whole corner out. I mean, the whole wooded area is gone. And I wonder, does it need to?
Yeah, right, I mean, I think. I mean, I think it's a good comment, but I think we do need to continue to provide the 180 parking spaces in order to get the tenants that we would like. I'm 100% willing to, and I'm sure the client would be willing to provide additional planting to make that entrance a little bit more pleasing to the eye. If that pleases you, and all the way down that driveway, for that matter. So you're not really seeing back of house buildings, you can just
Yeah, I know, but you know, when you take a look, when you go by your property now and you keep going down the road there, I mean, you know, you see all those buildings now, it's just, the buildings are set back a little and there's nothing in front of them and it
Right.
kind of looks like crap. So now you're coming in to put in you're coming in to put in a nice facility there and you've cut out the whole corner and stripped it all away. Maybe it's just my opinion, but maybe you could dress that corner up, that edge up, a little bit more trees, more shrubbery, something that,
Yep. I think we can absolutely hear you on that one, and I think we can provide ample trees. Like I said, we are going to put in at least 15 or 16 more shade trees onto the site that you haven't seen yet. So add those 16 trees and provide additional shrubbery.
2 questions, please.
Yep.
Will that berm be at the grade of the parking lot and the road, or are you proposing an elevated berm between the main Route 28 and the parking facility?
This berm on the entrance?
No, this, just running along Route 28, is that? This here? Yes. Is that elevated?
A lot of times, we would elevate that 6 to 12 inches for landscaping purposes at the most, maybe 6 inches.
I think Walmart's was quite a bit higher. I don't recall exactly, but I thought that they'd agreed to.
In fact, it's less of a berm, just the way that the site is graded right now. It's more of, Cranberry Highway is up high. So in order for us to build a berm, we'd have to go up high and then come back down. We would be looking at pretty steep slopes there. It's a little bit different than further down Seth Toby Road, where you're pretty much at the same elevation as the road, and you're able to build up and down. So to answer your question, it won't be much of a berm there at all. It would be more of a slope down into the site.
And my other question, and I'm not a traffic expert in it, but it appears that you have that one entrance coming off of 28 that John had referenced, and then the only exit from your parking area that I see currently, and I could be missing something, is behind the buildings into the Walmart parking lot.
But we can get in and out of the parking, in and out of the parking here,
Yep.
back up. We can get in and out of parking, down through this way,
Where? Show me, please.
right through here,
Yeah. Coming down.
and in, down and in any one of these parking areas.
I don't think we show that as an opening.
You don't show that as
I'm not quite sure what I'm looking at, to be honest with you.
It's hard to see the shade there is,
So we see this one, but you're saying there's one here as well?
that's right, these crosswalks.
Okay.
Yep.
Good. That was, thank you. So that's an issue. I didn't see them.
That's right.
Is there anyone here this evening who'd like to comment on this?
Yes, good evening, members of the board. My name is Michael Martin. I'm here tonight. Use the microphone? Sure. I'm here tonight primarily as a private citizen, but for the record, I am also the water superintendent for the town of Wareham and vice chairman of the zoning board. I have several concerns in regards to this particular project. First of all, I have no objection to what they're proposing in regards to the use and the development of this particular parcel. But in regards to how this particular plan is being presented, I have some major concerns. First and foremost is that there's been some discussion tonight about maintaining the existing tree line on Toby Road and Route 28. The zoning ordinance in certain sections requires as part of the zoning ordinance that where possible and where it will benefit the town, that existing trees will be kept. And you can find that in your, I did give you a list of zoning issues that I thought you might want to address. For example, and this is all in regards to the 2005 ordinance, Section 1052.2, existing trees and woodlands shall be preserved to the greatest extent possible. And that the large trees should be selected that are going to stay at the earliest point in the development process. There's a requirement for the applicant to submit to the plan, to submit to this board a detailed plan that measures and outlines every large tree in that tract, so that the board can take that information, and again, falling back on the ordinance, where it says that wherever possible, the development will incorporate existing large trees into the development. Section 1061.1P is regard to existing trees, and it reads, wherever woodlands exist, trees shall be preserved to provide the minimum buffer. So I would suggest to the board that they strongly consider utilizing the existing tree land as the buffer. And the ordinance does allow for certain trade-offs, that if they use this, if they use these existing tree lines, then the board can provide some leniency in the parking lot, shade trees and the like. The key here is can they do it or do they want to do it? All right. And section 1480 is specific about that no trees shall be removed until such time that the final site plan review is conducted. So they have to submit a plan that is going to be its final plan and not just some conceptual plans, which I believe is what you have here tonight. Okay. Evaluation standards that the board should consider, that parking areas shall be designed to reduce the visual impact from the public ways. Again, if they maintain that buffer of trees, they will meet, that's not an option, that's a requirement. They will meet that requirement. Evaluation standard 1545.6, parking areas shall be designed to provide visual relief from large areas of pavement. Again, that's not an option, it's a requirement. And 1546 landscaping evaluation standard. All site plans shall be subject to the landscaping requirements unless otherwise waived by the zoning board. Okay, I think I've said enough about this particular thing about the trees. The next item I'd like to talk about is how they have the buildings positioned. This part here, this road here, that's the primary access for the Walmart. What?
Do you want to use this?
No, I got this up here. That's the primary access for Walmart. What have they got facing on the primary driveway to Walmart? They have their dumpsters. They have their chain link fence. They have their retention basins. They have their electrical transformers. They have the back of the buildings. Certainly, they could come up with a different design that would incorporate the buffering of the trees to and allow the front of the building to face the front access road. The third thing I have, in regards to the access that they're showing here and here, unfortunately, the Walmart plan, which is approved, has a drainage swale. From here all the way up to the road. Therefore, these access points cannot be permitted unless there is a waiver to the Walmart site plan. And that's all I have.
All right, can I ask a question real quick before you sit down?
Sure.
If you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, can I direct it to you or the Chairman of Zoning and Vice Chairman? But so this entrance up in the top corner to the right. Well, keep going to the right. Keep going. Keep going.
There's one entrance here. There's one entrance here. And it looks like another one here.
Well, I'm coming off the road,
Talking the 28.
off the
This one
highway.
here.
That's being put in by Walmart, or that's being put in by this set of plans?
That's being put in by Walmart, and that's their main access road.
All right.
That's
Okay,
supposed to be
I apologize, I misunderstood. So actually, this project that's before us here, you're utilizing both of the Walmart entrances for your project. All right, I misunderstood. Thank you very much.
Well, and I don't think it is an access, but I believe the main access proposed by Walmart was off of Toby Road.
well, I'll let, being a member of the zoning board, I beg to differ with you, and maybe Mary, who was also there for those here. Which, by the way, one other thing that I did not mention is that the planning boards and the zoning board has worked extremely cooperatively over the last 10 years to bring about a certain look to this area of Wareham. That includes Wareham Crossing, Rosebrook, and some of the other smaller developments. By working together, the two boards working together, I believe that we have developed two projects, Rosebrook and well, three projects, because you were also involved in the Walmart project. we have Rosebrook, Wareham Crossing, and Walmart, that the two boards worked many nights on, trying to ensure that we had a which again, the ordinance requires, that there has to be a high quality development, and not something that is a big box store with a big box parking lot look. They may propose a big box store, big box parking lot look, but that doesn't mean you have to approve it.
Well, I have your pages of observations just to weed through. Anyone else wish to comment? Charlie?
If I could speak, Mr. Chairman, to some of the comments with respect to the access, as well as some of the other things that were mentioned tonight. I realize that the Walmart project ultimately will come along. And to a lesser extent, this particular site is tied to it. However, in terms of looking at this project, it seems to me that it has to stand on its own merits and not necessarily what was agreed to under the special permit by Walmart, simply because I don't know, having read the special permit from Walmart, that there is any connection to this particular site, other than the fact that it was an out parcel that was not a part of the actual property that was being reviewed in detail. My point in bringing this up is that although there may be the best intention to build Walmart and get the roads built both on Toby and on 28, at the present time, this project has no access because it only talks about the out parcel itself. So in my view, and I'm not talking as an attorney here, and I would defer to your town council if you consider it to be an issue, would be that either the access points on both Route 28 and Toby Road be tied to this project specifically, so that if the Walmart parcel does not happen before this parcel is ready for development, there is access, and there's appropriate access, that can be directly connected to this. Or they have to come up with a separate plan of access on their own. That's the way I've reviewed your plan, and I don't see any other way of looking at it, because in both cases, Walmart has no connection to this, and I haven't seen any part of the application that suggests that this is a connection to Walmart, other than the fact that it's the same piece of land, but the Walmart piece is under separate lease, the way I understand it. So it seems to me that that issue needs to be addressed in terms of the access. Now, it may be that the traffic reports that were done for Walmart, even though they were done with the best intentions for this parcel in trying to figure out what the potential traffic might be from this parcel, I don't see how you can make a determination on this without having the information before you that says these are the traffic components and this is what this site is going to generate. That's what you would do if Walmart was not a part of the picture at all. You'd expect to see that information. The parking requirements, when I took a look at the parking requirements in the 2005 bylaw and what is being shown, on this particular portion of the site, there's 180 parking spaces shown. When you take the calculation for the number of parking spaces per square foot for a restaurant and for the number of spaces you need for the retail space, it comes out to a total of, I think, 88 spaces. So you're more than double what the zoning bylaw says you have to have for this. That goes into the second portion of what my thinking was in terms of the parking and the landscaping and so forth that's been shown and the lighting that's shown. The lighting, and I think it's suggested in the reply, although I haven't seen the reply from their engineer to really digest it all. I only got it an hour or so ago, so I haven't had a chance to look at it. But it appeared from the plans, when I reviewed the plans, that it was simply an extension of the type of lighting and parking and landscaping that was done for the Walmart site, meaning that there were two main lighting standards for this entire project within the parking area, both on 40-foot poles, and quadrant lighting on each of those 40-foot poles. The lighting plan shows that there would be no spillover outside the limits of the property. but in my view, that's not the most important point. The most important point is that you're going to have intense lighting 40 feet off the ground that you will be able to see from both Toby Road and Route 28. And it won't matter what landscaping you have for that type of a structure, it's going to be up in the air, and you're going to be looking at it directly. In my report, I suggested, for your consideration, the possibility of looking at this site from a lower, softer type of landscaping and lighting plan that would reduce that intensity down once you got beyond the limits of the Walmart lease. So that if additional lighting standards were put in, but at a much lower level, and if they were accompanied by bollard-type lighting in appropriate places, say next to the building, where you would have the lighting where you needed it, but you wouldn't have this intense lighting drawing your attention to it from on 28 or on Toby Road. I think it would do two things. It would reduce that impact of the lighting from above, and it would also make the project perhaps a little bit more appealing from that particular viewpoint. When you look across the street to the Mayflower Bank, that's an appealing site. It's got softer landscaping, and I grant you it's a smaller site, but I can see that type of development going on in the Route 28 area. But to continue the Walmart piece out to 28 for this type of a use doesn't seem to me to be compatible. But that's not my call, that's yours, but I wanted to bring it up for your attention. The utilities were mentioned, and I noticed that some of the utilities, again, are outside the lease limits. So the question I add is, who is responsible for those utilities, such as the water main and the sewer line, which is not within the lease limits? Somebody has to build them, and if Walmart doesn't get that in position before this project is ready to go, then the question is, who's responsible for them? So it's just an extension of my concern for the fact that there is no access that is related to this project. So I'm not trying to throw a monkey wrench into the whole situation. I'd like to see the applicant provide some sort of mechanism by which those roadways can be tied to this so that I feel you can make a proper decision. But again, I'm not town council, and I don't pretend to know all the answers legally, but it would seem to me that every site plan that comes before you has to have access that is controllable and that you can look at for whatever that particular project may be, and not assume that a project next door that you've given a separate special permit to is somehow appropriate for this site without some connection to it, and I just don't see the connection. With respect to the details of the plans, I can work that out with the engineer. I don't intend to take your time up with that, but I felt that these were important things to know because your deliberation is more than my specifically technical review. But there were these things which I felt were important to spell out.
Well, I believe council acknowledged earlier that this is dependent on Walmart's construction, but needs to be reduced to writing.
Well, yeah, but it would seem that if that is the case, then somehow the special permit has to reflect that, that nothing can take place until that access is built. I don't know whether that's a reasonable condition that the applicant would want to have to abide by. But if there is something that really does tie it together somehow, maybe Mr. Cannon can work with them to figure something out so that you'll have something to pin your decision on. Right now, I just don't see the decision coming forth without something definite. I think it can be done, but I think it needs a little attention.
I get, Mike brings up one interesting point is, what's the face of this project? Where's the front of it?
Well, the way the buildings are faced right now, you would have to say that they're facing Toby Road, they're not facing 28. It is the service entrance that is facing the portion that comes off of 28. Seeing as how that entrance is a right turn in, right turn out only, I guess it's debatable as to whether that would be considered the entrance or whether it is the two-way entrance with the controlling traffic signals and so forth on Toby Road.
Well, I guess that's kind of my point is, do you want to do that, or do you want to orient them so they complement the anchor store? It's one site, really.
I haven't thought about that.
That's more aesthetics than anything else. But
I haven't thought about that. Of course, we don't know what the buildings are going to look like. To some extent, that plays into it as to how you situate the buildings is how it will look. But I do think that if the site right now only requires 88 spaces for these 3 particular buildings that are proposed, that gives you some flexibility in terms of the actual parking configuration and the orientation of the buildings. And if the density is such that you cannot put another building there without interfering with the required green space, then it would seem to me that there is a little bit of work that could be done to maybe reorient that a little bit and take advantage of the natural vegetation that does show. The site plan of existing conditions shows a number of white pines that are from 18 to 24 inches in diameter, big ones. It's debatable as to whether or not they would be salvageable once you clear the site and you open up a large tree like that to the wind. A lot of times they just don't stand up because they don't have the surrounding trees to protect them, and you get the wind directly on a big tree like that and it can come over. So whether it makes sense to try and keep those in isolated spots, that may be questionable. But I think that something could be done to perhaps reduce the amount of impact based on the parking if your own zoning bylaw says you only need 88 for 2 restaurants plus 4,000 square feet of retail space. That's basically what I just wanted to bring to your attention. It's in my report, but I'm sure you haven't had a chance to read it all.
And I agree with you on the trees. I think this type of development existing trees wouldn't survive very well, but. Sure.
Hi, Mary Scarciotti. I'm actually on the Board of Appeals as the clerk, but I'm just, at this point, just a consumer and a person who has watched the development at the Wareham Crossing and at Rosebrook. And my comment basically was, it's a very different kind of experience to shop at the Wareham Crossing. When you drive in the driveway, it's all buffered and it's treed all the way along the entrance, and you feel like you're someplace else. This is not going to make you have that same kind of feeling. I think you're going to end up attracting better tenants if it's an attractive location, not just the standard plunk this piece of concrete, plant a building, and it's the same thing everywhere. You want something a little different. I was at a restaurant on a Tuesday night at 6:30, and they had a 45-minute wait for a hamburger because it was a really nice place. It would be nice to have that kind of access in Wareham. This is not attractive. I think it contradicts all of the work we did for Walmart, and we also already permitted the sign and insisted in that permitting process that we maintain as many trees along that buffer as we did with the Wareham Crossing. They originally didn't really like that idea, but they were willing to agree with it because what they ended up with was something that was much more attractive. So from a consumer standpoint, it would be nice to have some place that's nice to go. And I just
And I would
you'll-
correct you, there's plenty of nice places in Wareham to get a hamburger.
But you never end up having to wait 45 minutes because there's such a desirable component to this place.
Tell us where it is.
I'm not going to tell you,
Uh,
and I don't do advertising. But we didn't wait. We went someplace else because it was Tuesday.
So it wasn't very nice, was it?
All that,
No.
all that, and you left.
Well, we did because it was really late and I was starving. So since I only eat once a day these days, I figured I better get something to eat quick. But anyways, that was my point. It's not attractive. And we worked really hard with the planning board to make sure that Wareham Crossing in that neighborhood is really attractive. So I hope you'll consider it both in your thinking and in their thinking. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess what we will need is, any other comments, questions? Anything? We'll need to look at the interaction with the existing Walmart site plan. I don't know if your engineer had that available, did you?
The existing Walmart.
The existing Walmart with their drainage details and stuff, did you have that?
We do have,
Yeah.
we have all those.
What else did I write? Lighting. I would have to agree off the top without looking at your photometrics plan that probably 40-foot light poles are inappropriate. I don't know about how anyone else feels. Now, I know, Larry's not here. I know when Walmart did their traffic study, they included a percentage for your site, but I don't.
Yeah, they included 18,500 square feet of retail
And restaurants, and obviously we're less than that now. We're at 14,000 square feet, so we've reduced the number of trips to the site incrementally from the original design.
Do you have a date for that? You know, being on the zoning board, I certainly don't recall that. If anything, I recall Walmart adamantly saying that their traffic studies was not inclusive of this site. Every time this site was brought up, Walmart let us, my recollection, I could be wrong, but my recollection was that it was exclusive of anything that was going to take part here. Mary?
Are you able to get that, Bob, on the mic?
I mean, you should just look into that, but I don't recall that.
Well,
There would be, I think, a significant impact with folks coming in off of the Cranberry Highway and then driving a very brief, short distance and making a left.
Yeah.
That's gonna mess up the queuing up Cranberry Highway, something fierce.
no, there is a turn lane.
If you're on Cranberry Highway and you take that initial entrance, and then
The
they
main
want you to
entrance.
drive to the end of their site and then take a left to get
We
in
come in
it.
here like
Would you
that?
come forward and use the mic, please? If you look, there is a left turn lane on that entrance.
Right here.
Yes. But
See-
that's gonna cause, Christmas time,
Yeah.
there's gonna, unless there's traffic signals here, which are gonna impact all the traffic that's up here, that's gonna be a problem, because people are gonna come in, go a few hundred feet, and then all of a sudden take a left, and then you're gonna have people coming out of here and having, there's some kind of way of controlling the traffic.
So
That will impact activity up here, and I don't ever remember anything in any of the traffic discussions that involve this.
So we have submitted to MIPA, I don't know the exact date, and I'm sure someone can grab that if that's what he's looking for. And it did include 18,500 square feet, which were reduced to 14,000.
Well, we're talking about on-site. We're talking about traffic
Inside here.
inside the
It's gonna-
site.
Yeah, it's gonna cause the traffic to back up here.
When we reviewed all the traffic flows and data for Walmart, it was exclusive of this site.
Okay.
So any major change to here may result in having the Walmart permit to be modified.
Okay.
Any more questions for this evening? I will get that traffic study out and dust that off just to confirm. My recollection was that they did include, but like you say, actual driveway layouts wouldn't have been included in that. Let's see, the traffic study, the lighting, the interaction with the Walmart plan.
And I think the natural screening along the main road, tree buffers and screening.
Placement of buildings.
Hmm?
Placement of the buildings, I think you should consider.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm sure the applicant is looking for something they can market, and I'm just wondering, I'm trying to see an identity there. It seems like it's kind of,
I mean, not being a design, but if they left the natural screening and they moved the retention basins to abut that natural screening, then they could put the buildings, 1, 2, 3, possibly 4. And if they did that, then that would probably allow for the access coming in off Walmart, because you're no longer coming in this way with crossing traffic, it would be a more natural flow. So by maintaining the natural barrier, putting their drainage ditches up against that natural barrier, allowing for the placement of their trash dumpsters, their fence, their utilities, the back of the building would be up against the tree line and not be on the access road to Walmart. I think that with a little bit of work, they could probably get 4 buildings in here in an L shape, sort of like a reduced L shape, and use that green space over here. And I'm relatively sure with a little bit of work, they could be very happy with what transpires there, both from a traffic flow aspect and from an aesthetic aspect.
What kind of information will we be looking for, other than what I just ran through from the applicant? Charlie?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that the zoning bylaw requires that elevations of the buildings, in other words, drawings of the buildings, at least in a conceptual stage or concept of what they might look like, needs to be provided as a part of the information. I think that's in the requirement for site plan review.
Yes.
It's something that does go back to the 2005 bylaws, so I think you need to look at that.
So at this time, we didn't provide them. We don't have tenants, as you know, to sort of nail that down. So we did not have even a concept at this point to provide. I think down the line, in order to get whatever tenant comes in permitted, they would have to submit an approvable look and architectural feel to the buildings.
So if you get one tenant that comes in and says they want the whole site, you're back to square one, is that what you?
Well, at the moment, quite frankly, we're caught in a catch-22. Without a permit, it's difficult to get tenants, and without tenants, it's difficult to figure out what the building's gonna look like.
Other information? And to keep things moving, I would look to continue. Losing my voice, so bear with me. Yeah, we have to go to 14th. It's town meeting the 28th.
April 14th? April 14th?
Yeah. And at which time, Charlie can review those comments and we can go over that. Those other pieces of the Walmart plan. Do you have you created any alternative building layouts for this site in your quest to come up with something?
We've probably looked at 15 or 20 different layouts along the way, and ended up here based on just the lay of the land, the best way to park it, and the best way to attract decent tenants.
But I think, based on what I see there, you're assuming that the buildings will be visible from Toby Road and Route 28, and I think what you're hearing tonight is that's not really the choice of options from the public and from maybe some of the board members.
So, I mean, we're talking about the option of leaving some large pine trees in place, or 15 or 20 more of shady trees along the front?
I don't make those decisions. To me, that's not an option.
Well, we'll take another look at the landscape requirements and make sure that we meet it with the plan that gets resubmitted with all the comments that we've taken care of here.
My own observations of a project this size, I don't see keeping the existing trees while it sounds nice. I don't think it's very practical with this type of construction.
Yeah, it's very unsafe.
As someone pointed out, I don't think they survive, and they become a hazard. But if there is some way you can intermix some of them, I'd have to look at the site to see.
Wareham Crossing.
They didn't touch him there. There was
Well,
a
that's what I'm suggesting,
wetlands,
is
there was a
don't touch
wetlands buffer over at Wareham's Crossing, which is why you got that nice buffer along the road. Yeah, on site, in the proximity of the parking lots like this, it was clear cut. But I think, have you any questions on what's been mentioned here tonight? I think, just to shorten it up, I think a bigger buffer along 28, or a bigger landscaped area, 28 and Toby Road, and I guess we'll have to, I mean, Michael did show that drainage swale. I don't know if that, is that the final plan?
I believe it is.
Because I don't remember a swale on that side. We'll go over that.
Under plan. You say the lighting probably a little more low-key, and I don't know. On the, did the Board of Appeals permit the sign for Walmart? We did permit the sign, the pylon sign. However, if you, in regards to sign, I believe that they're going to be needing to go to the zoning board for a variance for the signs on their buildings. If I read the 2005 ordinance correctly, that they are restricted to 120 square feet per parcel. So that may be an issue that will bring them in front of the zoning board.
Uh, 14th, adequate time for you to respond to the, Charlie, to the comments that they've painted back?
I'll take a look at them, I suspect it would, yes.
Yep. Okay, so I would look to continue the public hearing to April 14th at 7 o'clock.
I'd make a motion, Mr. Chairman, to continue that public hearing, please, till April 14th, 7 PM.
Second?
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, you could get that. That was in, it was in your response. You must have got that.
Always good.
Yeah, I did get it. I wasn't.
Next, we have a public hearing on town meeting warrant article to accept the layout on file with the town clerk as a public way, Cranberry Lane. Is there anyone here for Cranberry Lane? We've held this public hearing, I think, last year for street acceptance. I apologize for the cough. I hope it's not going out over the air. Charlie Rowley has already inspected this project, and they've made all the corrections necessary to meet the standard
Yes, we had several corrections to be made, and they were made last fall. So I think you should have a letter saying that everything was in order to allow the street acceptance procedure to go forward.
I don't have the article number listed for that, do you? Have they been numbered yet again?
Yes, they have.
It's right here.
Is there anyone here this evening that care to speak on the acceptance of Cranberry Lane? Don't hold it up.
Just as a confirmation, we're reviewing this again just in case there's any issue, because it was done like 6 months ago. So if they think it's a stale hearing, this takes care of that issue.
If there's nothing further on that, I'd look for a motion to close the public hearing.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to close the public hearing on Cranberry Lane.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And then I would be looking for a motion for favorable action on this one.
Second.
And if I had the article number, I'd insert it.
It's not in the paperwork, Mr. Chairman.
Motion made and seconded to recommend favorable action for the acceptance of Cranberry Lane. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Next up is public hearing for town meeting warrant to vote to amend the zoning bylaws for accessory buildings offsets, care of David Fenton. Once again, I'll waive the reading of the legal ad. It's been duly advertised.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is David Fenton, and I submitted the warrant article for this. I took into account the recommendations of the board, and it come to my attention that I have to amend a wording on this from offset to setbacks. That's machinist in me, I guess. But other than that, I guess it's all set.
Have you discussed that with the moderator, so you?
I meet with the selectmen tomorrow, then any recommendations from there, then I was gonna talk to the moderator and town council.
Yeah, I think that would be good, just so you get it procedurally correct. I'm just looking for your actual, I know I've read it several times, but I don't seem to have it in front of me. But
I can read it for you if you'd like.
what the article's seeking to do is return the setbacks on accessory buildings to what they used to be prior to
In 2002.
2002.
For residential lots, 10,000 feet and under. With a
Would
height
return to-
limit, with a height limit of 25 feet.
Would change the setbacks back to 5 and
5
10?
and 5.
5 and 5. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak on the proposed petition? This is a citizen's petition article. Looks like it's an easy one for you.
Thank you.
I'd look for a motion to close the public hearing. Unless you have questions.
Motion to close the public hearing. Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? So moved, and I would be looking for a recommendation for a town meeting.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman. I left my zoning book in my trunk. What is the setbacks now?
15 feet off the rear and 10 foot off the side.
I use the motions or the recommendations of the selectmen and FinCom. Are they still based on favorable action? So we should maintain the same so as not to confuse. If you're wondering, sometimes you'll see favorable action 230. Yeah.
Right.
So, and it can be confusing looking at it on the warrant, but if we all use the same system, we can be equally confusing. So I look for a motion for favorable action.
Well, for a vote, I'll make a motion for favorable action to switch the setbacks back to 5 and 5 on lots under 10,000 feet.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
I'm opposed.
So that's 3-1. Is it? Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Item D is a public hearing to accept the layout on file of the town clerk as a public way, Bayshant Way and Lynn Road is spelled out in the legal advertisement. These two roads were not evaluated by the our consulting engineer.
As far as I know, George, planning department has not received any money for that inspection. So I haven't been out there.
Yep.
I would be doing that in conjunction with David Menard anyway from the municipal maintenance department, but without the authorization through planning, I can't go out there.
Right. Thank you, John. Is there anyone here to speak on that issue? Can I get a motion to close?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to close the open public hearing in reference to Barshant Way and Lynn Road.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Action. I think this was put in here and advertised as a public hearing strictly as a placeholder in case the work got done in time. Where the work has not been done, I would say we have to...
No action taken. No ticking, no laundry.
So, in keeping with the previous article, I look for motion for favorable action.
Make a motion for favorable action on Bayshant Way and Lynn Road,
And second? I realize it's kind of backwards to vote down favorable action, but do we have to do that?
You might want to vote no action.
I
And
didn't think that was an action you could take at town.
Further study? That he usually works all the time.
the article, most likely, you could withdraw the article. Would be the easiest way. It gives them a time frame if for some reason they are able to get the information in the deposit to Mr. Rowley, the work gets done. If you have enough time to post and get the public hearing
Yeah,
done
this is-
before.
Where this is our article, I don't know, yeah, we could make a motion to withdraw,
I would think that would be the most prudent thing.
yeah. So if you'd withdraw your motion,
I would like to withdraw my motion.
very diplomatic.
Thank you very much.
Would you care to make another?
I'd like to make a motion for no action.
No, withdraw the article.
Withdraw the article then.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nice job, John.
I knew you had it in you.
Yeah.
All right, this one may not be so quick. Public hearing to vote the to amend the zoning bylaws to add Article 18, transfer development rights, TDR bylaw. Again, I will waive the reading of the legal ad and open the public hearing.
You put one for, you gave me one and you left one for Charlie.
No, this is something else. I didn't want to get mixed up. And for those that don't know, this is kind of a compilation of how many years of work on TDR, or
Since 2005.
since 2005, on a process that would allow the development rights from one piece of property to be transferred to another. As you can see by the notes on the bottom, there's quite a few drafts just in the last 2 years. It is the intent, kind of to make this all-inclusive where anyone that, or a group of people could put together 5 acres and preserve it in return for development rights somewhere else. It may be an oversimplification, but I'll start with the board. Is there any questions?
I just have, I guess, a basic question to the concept. I've listened to this for many, many years. Personally don't like it. My question is this, and perhaps the rest of my board can answer, or Mr. Rowley probably. I usually get pretty good answers from him. In general, let me just ask, the transfer of development rights, the way this works, what does it do for the happy homeowner in the town? Really nothing. It's really someone with a lot of land is what we're talking about. Am I right or am I wrong?
You had, we have a subdivision in front of us tonight to finish up, which would, I'm not sure what the zoning, whether it was in a sending district or not, but it's, I think, over 5 acres.
It is, but that individual, if I'm thinking of the one that's coming up, is just looking to split it for a house lot where he could have used his land for bigger purposes and transferred it around. I understand, but I'm just saying that particular individual is just splitting his lot. He's not looking to utilize it to build somewhere else. But he could.
But under this process, he could have kept his land intact, not added another dwelling to that neighborhood, and perhaps sold that development right off to someone else. I mean, that's probably an extreme example, but
Okay, well, I still have the gut feeling that what it does is it's good for a big landowner, it's good for maybe some neighbors that can put a big parcel of land together and do a development or sell it off, whatever, but I think for the general person in Wareham, I don't see that it's a lot of help. And I'm asking, am I right or wrong?
what kind of help you're looking for.
Well, we'll leave it there.
From my perspective, I may not be speaking for anybody else but myself.
Can you come forward and use the mic, please?
Sure.
Thank you, Charlie.
Listen to the voice behind the curtain.
During some of the discussion that we had, we debated what sort of land would this pertain to. I remember sitting in on the public hearing that you had about a year ago when we were talking about the village concept and it would be for villages, but at that particular time, the villages weren't defined in terms of the way that the areas of land are described within the zoning bylaws. So it made no sense to simply talk about a village because it had no definition. Transfer of development rights has two components to it that are important. The first component is that there is a net benefit to the town as a whole to allow the transfer of some development out of a section of town into another section of town. And that benefit has to be not to a particular individual landowner, but although if a particular piece of land is involved, it obviously is to that landowner. But in essence, the idea behind it is that there is ultimately a benefit to the town through an increase in open space, protection of natural features where they're important, and it's something that has to be demonstrated to the board that sees the plan come before them for approval. The second aspect of it, of course, is the fact that whoever receives those development rights has the opportunity to increase the density in his property in some way that is also acceptable to the town through a special permit process. From my own perspective, to have a single house lot, such as a 15 or 20,000 square foot house lot, come under the guidance of this particular bylaw is not necessarily the best interest of the town. Whereas something, if it's got a little bit of land area behind it, and that's, I think, why we cut off the 5 acres, that would be the minimum amount that you could use to address this sort of thing. It wasn't the idea that you were allowing every parcel in town to be the recipient of something like this. But if there was a substantial piece of land that was a benefit to the town to preserve, here was an opportunity for that to take place. Now, granted, there's give and take on both sides of it, but that was the crux behind sort of cutting it off at 5 acres and not making it something a lot less than that. We had originally had a figure in there of 10 acres, but it was thought that 5 was a more reasonable one to put in at a first try.
Thanks, Charlie.
And,
welcome.
you know, one of the benefits to someone living here would hopefully be more economical housing. That's when you eliminate the need for all these roadways and infrastructure to be constructed, you reduce costs, and town should see some benefit there. And I said economical, not affordable.
Yeah, and looking at this over the years, and I look at it as you might take a 5-acre parcel of land somewhere, and then you want to leave that open space, and then you're going to put something a little more dense in another area in town, and next thing you know, that area of town is getting hit with several building complexes because they're trying to make it a better residential area or something. It just bothers me, the whole thing. That's just my opinion. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I got it out of my system.
Well, if you could itemize that a little better, we could
Yeah, I suppose.
maybe help you out. But,
Yeah.
yeah.
A lot of the feelings in the planning field is that the sprawl that we've seen over the past 30 or 40 years isn't necessarily good. Now, whether you agree with that may be a matter of personal opinion. Personally, it doesn't offend me much because I've had the benefit of living in the town for all my life, so I've seen what's grown and what hasn't. But nevertheless, I have spoken with some people who, at the time that the Wareham Plaza was built, were adamantly opposed to it for any variety of reasons, but now that it's there and it's so convenient to use and they don't have to travel 10 miles to get something, with all of the conveniences that are there, all of a sudden it's not such a bad deal. The thought is that It reduces the amount of travel time that's required to make purchases and so forth, and it's a matter of more convenience. So the idea to increase density in some respects does away with the small town flavor, but at the same time, it gives the opportunity for maybe a little bit more efficient use of your time and your car and your gas mileage and all of that, which you don't have to take into consideration to go to Dartmouth or go to Independence Mall or something to get what you need. It's just the way that things are evolving in the planning industry, that's all.
I know THCD, I think, is, the state in general is projecting the need for 10,000 housing units a year. And I don't know for how many years they project that out. But, and I don't know how they arrived at that number. And I'm not suggesting that we jump in on that bandwagon, but the face of housing is changing. The needs are changing, and this is probably one of the tools we could use to respond to it. Any other comments over here?
I have a question. When we last discussed this topic, we talked about the party with the large parcel giving up their rights and transferring it to another parcel. But at the same time, we talked about that parcel then becoming a parcel that could not be used for anything, including agriculture. It had to grow natural. Was that incorporated into the TDR?
The
revisions that
the
were done?
conservation restriction that there's mention made, that would be a point of negotiation, the content of the conservation restriction.
Right now, I think that it defines areas that are not to be figured in the net usable land area. Includes a whole host of things, and I believe it's taken directly out of the Conservation Commission rules and regulations, so it's the same things that could not be built upon under the wetlands regs that end up in this.
I'm just thinking about, farmland or cranberry bogs, things of that nature, where there is a business currently, and
well, I'm not so sure.
cease.
I'm not so certain that you can preclude agriculture from being used, but it certainly could not be used for further development, because one of the things that has to happen is as soon as you give up your development right that it goes someplace else, then you must put a conservation restriction on that property which you've given up.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly, you can't put a building in the middle of a cranberry bog, you can't put it in a wetland, you can't put it in a riverfront area. So that area is deducted out before you even begin.
But they wouldn't have to give up the right of the continuance of the business?
For anything that would be outside that usable land area, I believe they could continue. But you can't build in that area anyway, and that has to be taken out of the area which you claim as the developable land. And the way it's set up would be, a plan would have to be submitted to the board that identifies what is identified in the proposal as the net usable land area, which will be dedicated to building space, just the same as it is today.
Right.
So what it really requires is that the applicant provide a plan that goes to the Conservation Commission under probably an area of resource determination to establish the boundary of where those lines are, so that you can then calculate the net usable land area from that.
Mm-hmm.
But that area that's within the wetland does not get included in the conservation restriction because it's not buildable land anyway, and it's deducted out right from the very beginning.
So they're just looking at upland?
Correct. Yeah, buildable land, basically, yeah.
So you could have a 50-acre parcel, but if 42 acres are a cranberry bog, then you only have 8 acres of upland.
I believe that is correct, yes.
And if it was 1 acre zoning, it'd be 8.
Sorry?
If it were 1 acre zoning, it would be 8
Right.
single family.
Yeah, yeah. So you'd take that net usable land area, divide that by the minimum underlying zoning for a single-family house lot.
Right.
And then with the number that you get, you then apply that to wherever you're going to transfer those rights. Yeah.
Other activities like logging or anything like that you would want done under the guidance of a stewardship plan or a forestry plan, which would, you'd put all that in the conservation restriction.
And that conservation restriction is in perpetuity. It can't be withdrawn. We had some discussion about what happens if land is already under 61A. I believe you'd have to withdraw it from the 61A, update whatever your tax benefit has been, and clear that. Then you'd be clear to consider that land itself under this particular proposal. So you don't get the benefit of both of them. But that's not to say that you could not, at that point, within the conservation restriction, impose certain limitations on the management of the forestry or something like that, but you can't use it for development purposes.
I think you can put it back into 61A at that point, I think, once everything is...
I suppose you
I don't
could.
think there's any benefit, but...
Yeah. Yeah.
Questions?
We'll go sit down.
Well, as usual, when I look at something like this, as I've said before, I look at it and say, why would anybody want to do it? And then after our last discussion on this, I ran into a couple of small landowners that this seemed attractive to. They could keep their little piece of earth intact and preserve it for everyone and still benefit from it financially. It's surprising how many little things that when you look at it, if you look at the Wewianick River Corridor, how much money the town has spent and Buzzards Bay Coalition has spent in preserving those pieces of land. If they could identify, and again, I haven't checked the zoning, but if they could identify some rights with value to take off those first, it would reduce the cost to conserve them if they wanted to do both. It's a planning tool that would open the doors to some new ideas, I guess is the best way to put it, and I think deserves some attention. If there's no other questions of the board, I'll open it up to the public. If anyone wishes to comment, come forward.
Thank you. Deja vu. You had a meeting like this, I don't know, roughly a year ago. And I'm Jack Nolan with the same question. Although today I went to the planning board and I got a little few pages stapled together, and I read it twice, and I think it does apply to me. And if it doesn't, I want to know about it. And if my reading it says it applies to me, and you don't want it to apply to me, then you put a lot of effort into it. You got to change it again, right? or at least you got to put in a paragraph that says it doesn't apply to Jack Nolan.
Let me write that down.
Okay, so here's the situation. I have a lot. It's over 5 acres. It's been through conservation. Got order of conditions. Put a house on it. I'd like to sell that piece of land to someone who wouldn't build on it. So I would get a credit. I have some land in Rose Point, and if I could improve the road, I could get a house on it. And as I understand this thing, if I have enough land to say put on a single-family house, you'd let me put on a duplex. And if that isn't what your verbiage says, then straighten me out. As I remember the last time, there was some dissent amongst you all as to what this thing really said. So that's where I sit, and perhaps you straighten me out as to whether if this passes and it applies to me or it doesn't apply to me, or is it something you got to further study?
Well, not seeing a piece of property in front of me or any maps or lots or calculations done,
Huh?
I couldn't answer you off the top of my head whether your property fits the bill or not.
Okay, but I'm saying I do have a lot that's over 5 acres. It currently has a valid order conditions showing one house on it. And now I want to sell it and file a restriction that says no houses on this land, and that I would get a credit. Now, as I understand it, I don't get the credit to stick in my pocket to then go spend wherever I want. I have to specify where this other property is, and whatever property is there and I can build on it and I'll specify it, I could get one more unit somehow. Is this not the concept, or is this not the law? I mean, if you pass it, is that the law or isn't it? Let alone whether it's a concept. If the concept is all wrong, but the law says this and I can do it, then I can do it, right? We go by the law and not the concept.
It's a special permit, but
Yeah.
so you're open to all the, it's not as of right, so to speak.
Yeah, but you couldn't unreasonably say no, just because you say, I just don't like it, right? You wouldn't do that.
If it met the criteria and passed muster, then,
Right.
I'd have to say yes, but.
Okay, so is there any question about it? Does it other than, I'm not asking you to believe me. I'm just saying, okay, you think it is a hypothetical. I have this land here and I've got this land there. It seems to be an approved sending unit and approved receiving unit. This works for me or it doesn't, or is it, can the board tell me whether?
Well, you're doing a major simplification here, so.
The article's written doesn't look so simple to me, and I had to read it twice. And I think that if I had a fault with that thing, it's just that there is no simple summary to it. So people who have to vote on it, if you don't agree as to how you understand it, then how's the public gonna know how to vote? So, but maybe it's too late to put that in simplifier, but if it gets around to another round, there should be, I think, the principles are stated there, and I have no trouble with the language. Other than that, I had to read it 2 times to know what it was all about. And maybe even then you're telling me I'm wrong.
Well, your principle is correct, but whether it applies to the specific properties that you're
Oh, I'm
talking
not
about.
asking for the license. I'm not asking for the special permit tonight.
We have no idea.
Okay.
We can't make comment on whether it fits your specific properties, but.
But so far as you know, and so far as what I've told you, this is.
And the other thing is, we're not creating a bank of development rights.
I understand that. That's what I meant by, I don't expect to get something I put in my pocket.
We don't have a little drawer
No.
says
This is
Jack
gonna be
Nolan on it with.
this property and this property, and it's gonna be the one special permit that transfers it from this property to that specific property. So as far as you know, if this law passes, then I can come before you and look at the particulars.
Yeah, you'd have to prove that it fits, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so it goes back to where I was yakking earlier about density of a certain area. And, you know, you take a look at the limits on receiving parcel housing density, and you look at 12 dwelling units per acre, 2 or more dwelling units per structure. Or another one, 8 dwelling units per acre, single-family detached dwelling units. Now, that's something I sat on zoning for years and years and years here in this town and fought against 40Bs because they wanted to put 8 houses on an acre.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody was in favor of us fighting them. Don't put 8 houses on an acre. Now, you want to put 8 houses on an acre.
Okay.
You're talking 1 extra unit, 1
Okay,
credit. I'm
when
just
you were
saying,
first,
you
when
know.
you were first talking, I thought you were, for a minute, I thought you were talking about me and about some, no, you said an individual who remained unnamed
Well, I
and.
meant I meant a person in Wareham,
Okay.
not a big landowner. People with hundreds of acres. There's a lot of people in Wareham that own 5-acre parcels of
Yeah.
land. That person, take you, you're one of them.
Yes.
You can come in and you can try this process, I
Okay.
understand that.
I-
But when I read through this thing, and I take a look at it, and you have your 5 acres and you want to preserve it, you don't want someone to build on it. Now you go somewhere else, and you wind up trying to get 8 or more units on an acre of land. It
Okay.
just, it
Well,
bothers me.
Okay.
And
Well,
it bothers me because I fought against 40Bs for 12 years here, and it just seems to me that if a landowner now wants to come somewhere else and get housing in and density in, they're not gonna want the extra unit like you, they're gonna want 8 of them.
Okay, I guess I misinterpreted the earlier discussion, for which I want to apologize, and I don't want to take any more time. I think I got the answer that I came looking for,
Well,
and.
I mean, that doesn't really respond to the example you gave us. I mean, that is a possible density in another scenario. not in your particular-
I am talking about 1 unit from here to there, and I wanted to know whether you knew off the top of your head that it wasn't within the scope that you're proposing. And you're telling me it is within the scope of what I'm proposing, but you'd have to know all the particulars. I don't need to take any more of your time, but I do thank you.
Okay.
Sincerely. It's nice to see you all again.
Good to see you, Jack.
Good evening.
Good evening. Now, I told Bob that we weren't gonna be here for 4 hours.
I'll try to keep it short.
10 words or less?
2 minutes.
Thank you.
Just a copy of the
I have,
email
the-
that I sent out.
yeah, I've got a copy.
Okay, the last one for now.
I got one.
I think I have it. Thank you.
I don't want to go through all of this, you had the opportunity. By the way, my name's Eddie Pasevich, for the record, Precinct 1. I'm here to discuss what, in my opinion, is best for the town of Wareham and best for the residents of Wareham. I am not opposed to TDR, but I'm opposed to this TDR, okay? And you've got several reasons and questions that I've already given you. First thing, was there ever a real estate market analysis done regarding the TDR?
Oh, could I ask what purpose you think that would serve?
Well, according to the state in their smart growth kit with TDR, they said it's essential.
Well,
Because if you don't have the real estate market, TDR is not gonna work.
Well, first of all, we're not proposing any particular type of housing that a market study may show you need or don't need or is marketable. But you're going from a state agency, which is the first thing they always ask for is a study or a survey of some sort, which serves no purpose in reality except to spend money. We're not, as I said, proposing a particular type of housing, a particular, encouraging any specific housing. The process itself would be market-driven.
But you are talking about residential homes.
Yeah.
Okay, so
And if there's no market, obviously a developer's not gonna build it.
then why are we going through all this?
Because if there becomes a market, then there's a need.
Well, when the market gets here, and we determine that by a market analysis, then we can go forward with it. Just a comment, because the state put a lot of time.
It's kind of like
supposedly-
locking the door after the horse got out, isn't it?
No, that's preparing yourself when it takes place. Horsley and Witten drew up these models along with a law firm. They put a lot of time and effort into this. I don't want to go through all of this because there's a lot here. And there's a lot of questions, there's a lot of issues. But one of the things that was mentioned, and in the beginning, preservation of critical open space and natural resources. You got a definition for open space?
I don't think it needs a definition. I think it's been defined over and over. I
It
think
has
there's
by the state, and the state's definition of open space includes cranberry bogs. Okay? So getting back to the original question we had, if I've got 500 acres and 100 acres of that are cranberry bogs, unless you specifically identify in this document that they are to be abandoned, they will not be abandoned because they're considered open space. Let me give you another scenario. I got 500 acres. I put a conservation restriction on it, 100 acres of cranberry bogs, 400 acres, I got a conservation restriction. Can I put another 100 acres of cranberry bogs on that land?
Not unless it's in the conservation restriction.
No. Absolutely I can.
Not unless it's allowed use in the conservation restriction. If the expansion of the cranberry bog is not written into the CR, it can't happen.
I beg to differ with you. The CR is there to protect open space, okay? And the
Any work to be done on land within a conservation restriction has to be spelled out in the conservation restriction.
No. You're talking about development. We're talking about
Any
now
work
agriculture
has
that's
to be
considered open
included.
space.
When you write the CR, any work that you propose to do on that property in the future has to be included in that document. You can't go back in later and change it.
I'm not saying to change it. I'm saying it's already there. It's not considered development. Okay?
I
Well, we
beg
can-
to
we
differ
can-
on
all
that.
right,
That's
we
not
can-
been
we
my
can
exposure
disagree.
to.
I'm not gonna beat it to death. But you still, the 100 acres that were originally there, you have no requirement to abandon it.
If
So the 100 acres and the individual who's doing that transfers his development rights, but continues his cranberry bogs going. So he gets 2 whacks of the operation.
The cranberry bog, number one, is not included in the calculation
That's correct.
of development. So more than likely, they're not going to place that in the area to be preserved. That would be a negotiating point, whether they wish to abandon the cranberry bog or not.
If you include it in this TDR, I think as the other gentleman mentioned, that it has to be returned to a natural state, that would include it. And you have the opportunity, because you're defining conservation restrictions in this document, to include that. Okay? And there's a lot of them. Like I said, the question, cranberry bogs considered open space. The state definition of open space does include cranberry bogs. So you have to be very careful what you're protecting. The purpose of this is to protect open space. Definition of open space includes cranberry bogs. So TDR, we're protecting cranberry bogs?
Does it also protect farmland, you know?
No, not unless you specifically identify it as farmland. Okay, agricultural land can be a preservation article if you define it as a preservation issue, but it's got to be defined. See, the problem with this one, it defines open space. And I don't know how the state did this, but they include the definition of cranberry bogs as open space. So you have a conflict right there.
It's not included in the calculation, Ed, so I don't know why you see it as a conflict.
I understand it's not included in the you're figuring out how much you have, you're gonna transfer.
Mhm.
But it is involved in the conservation and what you're trying to save there, and what you're trying to preserve. Okay?
And if a
No,
condition,
No, I'm not following you there, Ed. If you've got 500 acres of land, you said, and 100 acres is a cranberry bog,
Yes.
well, then you're only dealing with 400 acres. That 100 acres has nothing to do with, like he says, the calculations for that, for the development of it. You can't, I think Mike mentioned earlier upland or whatever, so whatever the rest of that land, cranberry bog is one thing. That's agricultural, that's left by itself. I don't think someone's trying to save to use their cranberry bogs as land to transfer. Is that what you're saying?
No, let me clarify a little
Yeah,
bit.
if you
I've got
would.
a 500-acre parcel. It's one parcel. In part of that parcel is 100 acres of cranberry bogs. It's a parcel. Yeah, I'm gonna calculate 400 acres for transfer. And that 100 acres is not gonna be included in the calculation for transfer. What happens to that 100 acres?
Wouldn't that be excluded?
Yeah, it stays a cranberry bog.
Okay, so I'm transferring development rights, and I'm keeping my cranberry bogs, so everything's happy. Right? I get 2 whacks at the party right there.
You're completely wrong.
let me,
Okay?
I don't get the
I'm just
math.
raising, I'm raising these issues, okay? How will the bylaw promote the health, safety, and general welfare of the inhabitants of the town?
Well, let's take the 300 units that you just spoke about.
300 acres, yeah.
You want to sit them on top of our watershed?
No, not on top of the watershed, but some of the issues that you mentioned there, and we're gonna get into them, but.
You want 300 septic systems and 300 lawns and
Am I
countless
gonna-
miles of roadway into...
My water area, no, but that doesn't, this is what this bylaw does. It protects open space, it protects historical features. What's a historical feature? Not my terms, your terms. Historical feature. Flora. I got a bunch of dandelions. You're gonna protect them?
There is a, what's it called, a crowberry out there that's an endangered species. There are plants, yes.
Visual prominence. Not my term, your term. Visual prominence.
It's like they said about pornography. I can't define it, but I'll know it when I see it.
The point is, when you talked about saving the water supply, or zone 2, I readily agree. All that other stuff, I really can't define, and I don't know why we are saving it, or why it's involved in this TDR. You can't give me definitions, and they're in your document, not my document. Okay? Critical environmental resources. Other sensitive features of the sending parcel. So basically what you're saying is that we can, in any sending parcel, in anywhere in the town, there's something that we can preserve there, so they're gonna be able to get that as a sending area. Is that what you want? I don't think so. Okay?
Bless you.
And I'm trying to get through this without driving you guys into the ground. I know that there's a lot here. This is an extremely difficult and complex thing to get through. Definitions, as I mentioned, conservation restriction. Will agricultural production be allowed to continue in areas covered by a conservation restriction? You can define that. You have the definition of conservation restriction. If you want it in there, put it in there. That's part of the deal. Remember, and I'm not knocking cranberry bogs or anything else, but they're defined as an open space, and they do have a pollution footprint. Pollution comes from cranberry bogs, and I don't think anybody's gonna argue that point, okay? A cranberry bog's developed land.
Cranberry bog is a wetland.
But they are developed land. Not my definition, your definition.
What is your point?
Well, the point is, how are you gonna keep them in or how are you gonna keep them out? And if it's a developed land, are you gonna allow future development, if you consider them developed?
Again, that would, if it's included in the piece to be protected, it would be written into this CR whether it's gonna continue in operation or whether it's not gonna be continued its operation.
Also in the special permit, Judge.
Hmm?
Special permit as well, huge.
Okay, I saw there was a change that you included when you're taking out the net usable land area, roadway layouts and easements.
Mhm.
That was added, that's something new. Are we talking about, when they determining developable potential, are you gonna figure in the roads and everything else that had to be there and that's deducted from the net use?
We didn't include, Charlie? That was,
That was Charlie added that.
I had thought about that originally, but it presents a problem because you don't know exactly what road areas you're talking about. There is a calculation later on in the proposed bylaw that suggests you take, once you know what the net usable land area is, you divide that by the underlying minimum zoning for a lot, and whatever number you get, you round it down to the next whole number, and that's the total number of lots that you could use per potential transfer. So although it's in here, I think we had decided we were going to remove that. That roads and road layouts and easements would not be a part of the calculation. But when you read that portion of the regulation that deals with what's under the wetlands bylaw and under the state rules and regulations for wetlands, none of that area can be included within a developable area, because obviously you can't put a building in it. And that's the whole idea, that you're transferring development rights for building purposes. And I understand what Mr. Pasevich is trying to say about open space. Maybe there needs to be a definition or something peculiar to this that identifies it, I don't know. But I think it's clear that we're talking about land that is identifiable as a wetland, and other lands that are like it that have to be automatically deducted out of the development potential, because you can't put a building on them anyway.
I don't disagree with that.
Alan?
Just as a reference point for Mr. Pasavich, the terminology used describing the areas is standard TDR. You know, if you look at any law book, and since he made reference to Horsley and Witten, this basically is written by Mr. Witten, who wrote the book on TDRs. And it's been there, and those are the words they've been using from day one, describing the features. So we can check with our zoning council, who is Mr. Witten, if we have a question on that.
Yeah, I'm really not interested in that, because this is for our town, Wareham, and what it means is what it's gotta mean something here.
Just so you understand, he is our
I understand
town
who he
council
is.
for zoning articles.
I understand.
So it is for our town.
As a suggestion, I do want to include road layouts and easements, and if you don't want to draw them out, just a 15% reduction. Because if they were going to develop that land, they had to put infrastructure in it. And the infrastructure shouldn't be included as your net developable area. Okay? Just a suggestion. Receiving areas. Land within receiving areas shall possess sufficient size and other characteristics. What's a sufficient size for a landing area, receiving area?
The densities that you see in the bylaw would apply to the type of what's being constructed.
It says that the receiving area has a minimum for a single-family home of 5,000 square feet.
Correct.
So is that the minimum size of the receiving area?
No, that's the minimum size of a lot in the receiving area.
Okay,
For a
what's the
single-family
minimum
home.
size of a receiving area?
as we said with Mr. Nolan, it's possible.
Maybe you identify
I think,
5 acre.
I'd have to look at the
You identify a 5 acre.
residential sending areas are R30, MR30, R45, R60, so you wouldn't be a one lot, 5,000 square foot lot in and of itself.
No, that's what you're transferring. So if I'm in an R30, right?
No, receiving area, I'm sorry, 30, 45, and 60. Same numbers, almost.
Wait a minute.
Your receiving areas are currently R30, MR30, R45, and R60.
Yeah.
So you couldn't create a single 5,000 square foot lot anywhere, because the minimum lot size, if you came in with a project with single-family homes, you could put it on an R30 lot, but you wouldn't create a single 5,000 square foot lot out of an R30.
Okay, maybe I'm misunderstanding. R30 is the underlying zone.
Correct.
Okay, so that's one house for 30,000 square feet. Now I'm adding a transfer development right. And the minimum lot size there is 5,000 square feet.
But we would not put one single family, it would have to be part of a larger plan.
That's not what it says, but, you know, I'm just raising these issues. You mentioned a definition here that we're trying to protect in the sending areas, low-density uses. I thought we took that out way back. We're protecting low-density uses in the sending area. It's there. Anybody want to tell me what we're protecting? What's it mean?
I can't pull that out where you just plucked that from.
It's in the sending area. This land is characterized, and that's in, I can give you exactly where it is. Sorry, I didn't give you the,
Page 3 of 8.
no. Sending areas. It's in the definitions. 570.3 definitions, the definition of sending area. Term sending area refers to land from which development rights may be severed or transferred. This land is characterized as having special conservation-related importance due to the presence of one or more of the following features. Low-density uses. I remember the last meeting we had, we took that out. It's back. Designated resource areas. I don't know what that is.
Zone 2.
Okay, is that the only one?
No.
No? There's others? Visual prominence, historical significance, recreational value and necessary protection of groundwater, surface water, and/or other natural resources. Nobody's got a low density?
Yeah, I see it there. I don't see the harm in it being there, but. Charlie?
The definition here says it has one or more of these things. It doesn't mean that every parcel that you have that you're going to send from has all of these features in it. We decided that we were going to include in the sending areas the R130 zone. That definitely has a low-density feature of 3 acres per house lot.
Yeah.
So that would apply to anything. If you had 5 acres in the R130 district and you wanted to preserve that 5 acres for yourself, you'd be able to get one house lot on that, out of that?
Well, I think his point is, what are we protecting ourselves from that for?
Because that area then would be an additional 5 acres that would be taken out of an area that is protected for water resources in that particular case. Go to the R60 zone, it's 60,000 square feet. So if you've got 5 acres, you might get 3 or 4 houses out of that. But that still is low density compared to some others. But you don't want to read each one of these and say each one of them has to apply to the parcel. It may be that a variety of the things that are included in that description apply to the particular parcel you're concerned about. And it might be that the designated resource areas would be part of that map mapped area that you have deducted out. Remember, you have to prepare a plan that takes out all those areas that have been designated as resource areas, and they would be by the area resource determination that the Conservation Commission has to make in order for you to establish the net usable land area that you have to work with. So there's, I believe, a reason for all of these various things. There may be a visual prominence. There may be a piece of property that's on the Weirianic River. I can think of Island Brook Terrace, for example, that's got a steep visual prominence right down to the Weirianic River. If that had been preserved, had been potential for transfer of development rights years ago, you might not see all those houses right on the bluff at the beginning of the river. It's that type of thing that you could consider when you're looking at the various potentials for the parcels. But they're not always going to be the same.
The idea being an ascending area is we're gonna put a conservation restriction on it, right?
That's,
So how are we gonna protect low-density uses when we put a conservation restriction on it?
there'll be no development of those.
It's not protecting a low-density use because we're putting a conservation restriction on it. We took it out before, there's no need of
You're
having.
eliminating the use. You're eliminating the, I know what you're saying, but you're arguing semantics here. It's,
No, we're not, what you're saying is that this is a special conservation-related importance, and the feature is a low-density use. We're not protecting low-density uses, okay? There is no use on the sending area because we're putting a conservation restriction on it, okay? We don't need it. We took it out once, it's back. The sending areas, there are, and I don't know, but as far as I can see, they're all the residential areas in town. Right?
No, not all.
What are we missing?
The R-130.
No, we got R-130.
No, he's talking sending.
Oh, sending?
Hmm.
Everything except the village areas, we didn't include those.
So that means the entire town is subject to sending. Okay? And then most of the town is just subject to receiving. Okay? And we don't have any minimum lot size then. We didn't establish a minimum lot size for receiving versus sending. Sending's got a 5-acre minimum lot. Receiving doesn't have any minimum. How will the receiving areas encourage and revitalize certain village areas when none of the village zoning areas are included in the receiving areas? Not my wording, your wording. Let's look at what really is happening here, okay? R30 and MR30 residential receiving areas under the TDR are provided with a 500% density increase. 500%. R45 is provided with an 800% density increase. R60 is provided with 1100% increase in density. Is that good for the town? Is that good for the residents?
Well, let me ask you this. You just had in the last 5 years, 2 large-scale, multi-family units constructed in the town of Wareham. What did we get back in return for that?
I don't know what you got back in return for that. I'm talking to
Did we
people
get any
that-
land put in conservation? Did we eliminate
Nope.
any
Nope.
infrastructure construction?
Do you think that this is a little absurd to be going over and increasing the density by those rates?
I haven't done the math that you've done.
I did. Oh, well, come on. R30, okay? That's 30,000 square feet. We're allowed in a 5,000-foot lot. 5 goes into 30, 6 times. That's a 500% increase from what's allowed.
You're still talking a maximum of 12 units per acre.
Whoa, we're gonna get to that, okay? Right now, we're just talking about the density in the single-family homes, okay? We get into this, with the breakdown. You got limits on receiving parcel housing density. 12 units per acre, 2 or more dwellings per structure. Now, I didn't see in your use category 2 or more dwelling units per structure.
In this, in our
Current,
the use table?
yes. What you have is a single-family dwelling, a two-family dwelling, which is your duplex, and then 3 to 4, and then 5 plus. What's 2 or more? It doesn't exist in your use table.
You're apples and oranges here.
No.
Yes, you are. You're taking
How do you figure?
a use table for existing zoning,
Yes.
your allowed use, and
Okay,
comparing
this
it.
is the underlying zoning, right?
Yes.
Okay. The underlying zoning of residential uses, I just gave you what it said. It's a single-family home, a two-family home, 3 to 4, or 5 plus.
And there's also square footages you have to hit to
Understood.
accomplish that.
This document says 2 or more dwelling units per structure. There is no such thing as 2 or more dwelling units per structure. It doesn't exist
There
on
is
your
in this
resident.
bylaw.
Where does it exist in the underlying zoning?
It doesn't have to exist in the underlying.
Wait a minute, you'd say that it's required, the underlying zoning's taking care of this. You don't have anything in the residential uses that goes for 2 or more dwellings. What's the minimum height for this 2 or more dwelling unit structure?
The town bylaw is what, 38 feet? 35?
It varies in which zone you're in, but you don't have anything laid out, okay? 12
No.
dwelling units per acre, okay? 2 or more dwelling units per structure. What's that each? 6 structures on an acre? Or more, or less?
Depends on the number of units, yeah.
You give a breakdown of the minimum dimensional requirements for a single-family home, yet you don't give any of the breakdown for the dimensional requirements for this 2 or more dwelling units per structure. You don't have any of that there. I'm bouncing, okay, so I'm trying to keep it going. The section on sewer, page 6, right at the top.
Your comment 6 or the bylaw 6?
Bylaw 6. In addition, approved development within receiving areas shall be serviced by 1 public water and 2 public sewer. Where public sewer is not readily available and on-site treatment of wastewater is planned, the SPGA shall impose a condition of approval, the limitation of nitrogen concentrations from a wastewater discharge treatment plant or facility to no greater than 5 milligrams per liter. Keywords being discharge treatment plant or facility. What are the requirements if I want to put an on-site soil absorption system?
We did talk about removing the 5 milligram per liter number so that people could come in with different options and not have a hard number etched in the sand, so to speak.
What this applies to is only packaged treatment plants. A wastewater discharge treatment plant or facility, it's a packaged treatment plant. Well, if the developer is going to put in 10 homes or 15 homes, he's not going to put in a packaged treatment plant. What are the requirements? And how do you get a home and a leaching field on 5,000 square feet?
You live in Briarwood, you know the answer to that.
Not very easily. Not very easily, I'll tell you that. And when we were there, we didn't have leaching fields. Okay? I'm just pointing some of these things out here because these are the issues that are punching holes in this all the way over that in my opinion should be addressed. And I gave it to you all in writing. There's only one more I'm going to bring to your attention for the record. And that's decision criteria. It's page 8 of the proposed bylaw. Special permits enabling the transfer of development rights in combination of those rights with development rights pursuant to the underlying zoning may be granted by the planning board. That's a lot of, which we don't really. Punchline. Written determination that the benefits of the proposed transfer of development rights and combination of those rights with development rights pursuant to the underlying zoning outweighs the detrimental impact the proposed development would have on abutting lands, the neighborhoods, or the town of Wareham. The planning board's going to make the decision for the abutters, for the neighborhoods, and for the town of Wareham.
And there's a very detailed list of criteria that has to be met in that decision.
Yeah, I see it all, and I see what's right up front there, okay? I think the residents of the town of Wareham are capable of making that decision and making the determination for what's best for them. They're the ones that have to live next door to this 35-foot home, single family, because that's what you allow. They're the ones that have to live in the neighborhood where these colossals are going to be built. And they're not going to get involved in this? You guys make the determination? That's it?
It's a public hearing process, much like you're seeing tonight.
The suggestion I gave, and I just want to get this on the record, okay? It's conducting a properly advertised public hearing regarding the special permit, and it's written determination that there is no opposition to the transfer of development rights from any of the following: abutters, members of the neighborhood, area within a 1-mile radius of the receiving area, representatives of the fire and water districts, and any departments of the town of Wareham. If there is any opposition to the transfer of development rights by anyone in the above-mentioned groups, the planning board shall not issue a special permit enabling the transfer of development rights. It's about time we start taking into account what's best for the residents of Wareham. This is not best for the residents of Wareham. I don't want a 35-foot home aside of my home. And I don't think anybody else in this town wants it. But the way this is written, it takes care of almost every residential zone in this town, which would allow a density of 5,000 square feet. And you're right, in Briarwood in 1920, that's what we had, 5,000 square feet. 1920, that's when the plan was drawn up. We're in 2014, and we're going back to 5,000 square foot zoning?
Well, you're a little misleading at one point.
Why is that?
You could have a 35-foot high house next to yours next month.
No, I couldn't.
There's nothing preventing that.
No, I couldn't.
In any,
What's the minimum lot size?
your neighbor could rebuild their house right now, put it up 10 feet in the air for a flood zone.
Well, if he's gonna raise it 10 foot for the thing, no, they have to go up 8 to 18 feet. But yes, they could do that, all right? But they can't do it everywhere, all right, when they're out of the flood zones.
That's the maximum height requirement.
Yeah, I understand that.
So
I
anybody wants to
understand
rebuild
that,
their
but you
house,
also
they
have
go
a minimum
35
lot.
feet. So that's just a
George, you also
false
have a
alarm.
minimum lot size.
That's a
Can I
false
build,
alarm.
can I build a 5,000 square foot, a house that's 35 feet tall?
Yeah, you could.
Yeah?
Yeah. As long
Where,
as you meet your setbacks.
how am I
It might
gonna
only be
meet my-
20 feet wide, but you can go 35 feet high. People have done it.
Yeah.
Without any transfer of development
Okay.
rights or anything else.
Again, we're talking about what's
Anyway,
best.
we're wandering afield
Yes,
here. I
we're-
want to wrap
we're-
this up.
Okay, we're talking about what's best, and I agree. The only other comment, and you mentioned it in touching, this is development, and this is new development. and we got problems with 40B, and I don't disregard to say that. But there's no mention in here of any requirement for affordable housing, or any percentage of development.
40B is its own scam all on its own, and it's not
I'm not
part of,
arguing that.
it's
What-
not part of this process.
I understand that, but requiring a percentage of development to be affordable housing could be part of this, and should be part of this.
No, if 40B component was in there, I wouldn't support it.
But George, are we ever gonna get to the meeting our 10% if we
No,
allow
you're
this?
chasing your tail, you're never gonna get there.
But this sure as hell isn't gonna help us if we're gonna increase the density by those huge increases without requirement, any type of affordable housing requirement. We'll be so far behind the curve, you're absolutely right. We will never, ever get to our 10%.
As I mentioned, this is looking toward economical housing.
Not, the difference between that and affordable. Okay, and
Yeah.
what we're required to do is to get the affordable. I just hope that, the presentation I gave you and the comments that I have in writing, as I said originally in my beginning, I'm not against TDR. And I think that you've made some advances here, but there's still a long way to go. My recommendation is that you pull this, not go forward with it, because there's just too many holes.
And while I appreciate the work you put in reviewing this and your comments, Ed, I do disagree on quite a few of your points, but I'll agree to disagree.
Okay, very good. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Ed. Anyone else?
Move the question.
I'll warn you, Bob. Are we close to 4 hours yet? With that, I would look, is there any other questions to the board? Any comments, any corrections you feel we should make?
George, just, you got a typographical, I didn't bring that up, but you repeated a paragraph twice.
I thought that was eliminated too.
Not the one you got out there. I'm sorry I didn't mention it before. Okay. 570.5.2. This is just I hope just a typographical that we won't get into any discussion on. Okay, determination and calculation of development rights in sending areas. That first paragraph, third sentence down. Then, using the NULA calculation, the maximum number of development rights available to transfer shall be determined by dividing the NULA by the minimum lot requirement for one housing unit as imposed by the Wareham zoning bylaw upon the sending area parcels. If a calculation used to a partial number, the number of development rights should be rounded down to the next whole number. Next paragraph, the sending parcel's overall NULA is then divided by the minimum lot zoning district for one residential home, et cetera, which we've already said in the above paragraph. You said the same thing twice. The recommendation is to strike from descending through transfer and then leave, for example, and illustrative purposes only. Yeah, it's the same.
You could eliminate that in a smaller paragraph.
Yeah.
Eliminate everything except, for example, an illustrative purpose.
That was the suggestion, yeah, exactly right, Tom.
You could take that out.
I know it was in a previous rendition, it duplicated, it just got smaller in this one.
Didn't come out.
There was one other, and I'm not trying to take this up, there was another place where you mentioned that, as an example, you used square footage as a commercial transfer.
Yeah, 60,000.
And I don't think you want to have that in there. Can't find it. There was something, maybe you took it out already. There was a reference that you were using as an example, and you mentioned square feet, the determination of
You're
square.
talking about square feet of gross floor area?
Yeah, I think that's the comment you're thinking of.
Yeah, the answer to that was the language remains in the definition should the town at some future date wish to permit transfers of development rights between non-residential and residential zoning districts. It's just there, it has no effect until that portion is written into the bylaw.
I agree.
Down
It's
the
all,
line.
the only reason I mentioned it is because it was confusing.
That's why it was
We're
there.
only talking about residential, and you had that in there, but it's confusing for me, and I've been looking at this for a long time.
Yeah, for example, the town of Carver passed a TDR and then came back, I think this year, to add a commercial component.
Yeah.
Any other corrections or addendums or?
No, I think you said you were going to take the, there was two things that came up. We were going to take out the roadway that Mr. Rowley had mentioned. And there was one other piece we talked about. Excuse me.
And that was to simplify the calculation, is basically?
Yeah.
It's
This was,
confusing. The number that you get by dividing the net usable land area by the underlying minimum lot size may result in a slightly larger number. But what you've got to take into consideration is the underlying zoning that you're taking lots from and the zoning area that you're going into. So although the number you end up with may be a larger number than if you disregarded, say, the street frontage in front of every lot, because you can get, say, out of a 5 acre, take an example of a 5 acre lot, the underlying zoning is 30,000 square feet. You could get 7 lots out of that if you divide that gross number by 30,000. But you don't necessarily get to transfer up that number of 7 to the receiving parcel unless the area that you've got in total, according to this, satisfies the underlying zoning for the initial piece that you've already got a house on, plus the additional, and you can add those extra ones in there for 5,000 square feet, up to whatever will fit on that lot, but you won't necessarily get that number, that magic number, every single time. All depends on which zone you're going into. It's not a cut and dry calculation. Every time you do the calculation, you're going to end up transferring that total number, because it says up to that number is allowed under 5,000 square feet. So you don't necessarily get that number every time you do it.
Well, if you've got a project in mind, don't you think they would tailor the sending parcel for the number of units they need in the
Well,
receipt?
you would. Obviously, you do that calculation. But if you can get it in there, then clearly the receiving parcel is going to be that much larger in order to do it. But it isn't simply the square footage that determines the total number of units that you ultimately end up with. Because the criteria in here says that the planning board has to take into consideration all those other things that go along to making up that parcel, to make it that much better than it would be if you simply left it with the underlying zoning. You've got to make a pretty substantial finding that what is being done here to increase the density in that area is so significantly better than what the underlying zoning would allow, that you've got to take a lot into consideration, such as stormwater, parking. That's one of the reasons why we discussed not putting the village districts in, because you don't have parking there. So you've got all these other things that have to go into the site plan that show how this is going to work and is going to accommodate that extra density that you're looking to get. So there's a lot more to it than simply saying you're going to end up with a whole bunch of 5,000 square foot lots. I don't think that's quite right. You could, but not in every single case.
Well, I was in a senior development in Middleborough, and it was single-family homes clustered together, and I don't think there are lots of more than 5,000 square feet. And, you know, excellent, and it wasn't mobile homes.
And again, your decision is all got to be based on the presentation made that the sending parcel could, it has a certain amount of benefit to the town associated with it. You're supposed to make that determination. You also have to make a determination that what's being proposed on the final plan is superior to a standard plan. In addition to that, you do get the opportunity to hear what the abutters have to say about it, because you're going to be notifying not only the abutters, but the abutters to them the way you would for any special permit, because it says that you have to follow the special permit procedure. So in the case of a special permit, you're pretty flexible in terms of the conditions you can impose. That's the whole purpose behind a special permit, that you can impose conditions that you ordinarily wouldn't get to impose if you had a standard subdivision, for example.
And the information you can require.
Yes.
Any other?
Is this all going to be corrected and reviewed and ready for town meeting?
Yeah, I'm not hearing, other than some minor corrections, how was that deemed? Make the corrections another public hearing then? Or were they minor scribners?
Depends on what you're going to change to it.
Yeah, it depends on how detailed it is. I know we went over that, but I don't get the scorecard. I thought there was,
Didn't John suggest that if there were changes to be made, that we jot them down as to what they would be and let him look at it?
yeah, I think you're right, Charlie. And if they rose to the level of re-advertising.
Yeah.
If you want to put that together, I'll forward that off and see here.
Okay. I think you may have had most of them, right, except for striking that paragraph. And do you want to strike that reference to low-density uses, or?
The word low density and all those other uses, those are standard terminology.
I mean, it's kind of innocuous, and
That's how you describe the different types of things. And you're not limiting it to, it has to be this one or not. It says any of them. But yeah, it's language that's used in the textbooks and everywhere else. Please use the microphone. Sorry, Bob, I thought I had it on, vibrating back. It's basically in the language of, in the zoning bylaw books and the zoning, law books, et cetera, so I don't see a problem with the language. Again, it's up to the planning board, has some discretion. That's part of the whole process.
Well, I don't see any more comments, and we're, hours growing late here, so I look for a motion to close the public hearing. Unless you have some more information you wish to collect.
The comments.
John just made a motion?
No,
Yeah, it sounded like John.
I was just gonna ask you a question. The, all these comments that Eddie brought forward, has John Witten got all these?
If you, did you get the document that,
I must say, I've been out of town working for 4 months, and the paperwork is sporadic getting to me, so I apologize for that, but I think that, I mean, the case that I just heard the man present was a pretty darn good one. There's some good points in it. I just want to make sure the attorney has it. As I mean, these things need to go, this is it here? Okay, thank you. So I'll take a read of this. I just have a funny feeling that we're gonna wind up getting the final copy of this thing the night of town meeting and not really get a chance to read it and bless it.
I don't think there's a lot of proposed changes. You know, one that was mentioned was removing the 5 milligrams per
Yep.
liters, just so to leave the option open to some innovation or some alternative plans. And the removal of the roadways in the calculation.
Right.
So, and that duplication in wording in the, I think that's the only thing we've identified this evening.
Okay.
I'll jump at once. Give me a motion. Motion to close the public hearing.
Entertain a motion to close the public hearing?
Thanks. As a motion, is there a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Thank you. Could I get another motion so we move things along? You guys are killing me. I'll make a motion for favorable action for the TDI bylaw.
Is that right?
Not gonna get a second, or no?
You making a motion?
I did because nobody else was speaking up. Did you look through it? You want it?
No. What's the motion?
Favorable action on the TDI bylaw.
Well, for a vote, I'll second your motion.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. So that's 3-1-0. Thank you. And that concludes our town meeting warrant articles. Now we will reopen the public hearing for Form C on Cahoon Place.
Yes.
Sorry to keep you sitting here so late.
Okay, I have notes somewhere.
Good evening.
Good evening.
We put some language on that the board, that we discussed at our last hearing.
I hope you listened to all that, how many houses you can put down there now.
Thank you.
I did go down.
Thank you.
Go home and saw you. Driveway going in. It's been a long winter.
So, Mr. Chairman, under our general notes, I'll just run through those. As we discussed at the last hearing, I made notes to the effect that, number one, access to lots 1 and 2 shall be via the improved gravel drive. 2, there shall be no use of Anthony's Way or the 15-foot private road shown along the southerly boundary of lot 17 Cahoon Street. Number 3, the existing gravel drive shall be improved per the cross-section details shown, 16 feet in width. Number 4, gravel drive improvements through parcel B shall be made to the maximum feasible extent owing to parcel shape and width limitations. Again, as we discussed, that parcel B that is at the entrance of the driveway, it narrows about midway along that parcel to 15 feet.
Right.
Number 5, lot 1 and 2 shall be deed restricted to one single-family use per each lot. Number 6, property owners shall be responsible for maintaining the width of the improved gravel drive and all tree pruning along and over said drive. Number 7, lot 1 shall be served by town water. 8, lot 2, existing dwelling number 9 is currently served by town water. And number 9, municipal sewer is not available. And we also put a cross-section on there of the proposed improvement to 16-foot width.
One note on there, one thing should be added to number 5.
Okay.
Lot 1 and 2 shall be deed restricted to one single lot use per each lot in perpetuity.
Okay.
Okay.
If I, Michael had written down some of the conditions we spoke of last meeting, and I think if we go through that, it'll be clearer. The existing drive will be improved to 16 feet wide with 12 inches of compacted gravel base. Your point that does pinch down, I think, is all right with that. Drive to be maintained at all times in perpetuity. Drive to have a turnaround at the end of existing gravel drive for safety vehicles, which...
It's already pretty much there.
Yeah.
I mean, once they extend that, it shouldn't be any problem for a safety vehicle to maneuver that area as long as that's kept clear.
Yeah.
You know, some kind of a circumference.
Lot 1 to be a single-family residence in perpetuity, never to be multifamily or subdivided. Lot 2 to have a single-family residence in perpetuity, never to be multifamily or subdivided. No further subdivision to be requested for approval of Lot 1 and 2. Approved for Lot 1 and 2. Oh, I think the language in perpetuity, right. I think, handles that.
The only issue...
update plain language to include all town, state reference language as required. What was missing in that scroll?
You had mentioned something, but I think you said you might have found it, or... The disclaimer that improving these lots does not make any statement as to whether they're buildable or not. Right.
There's a question about concern of neighbors' water flow to the driveway area. How might that change? I don't see a change in the water flow under this, what you proposed. So.
Probably get better once that road is fixed up.
Right.
And you did give us a little cross-section of the roadway, which is good.
I think that's all dependent on the weather.
Snow Wednesday.
Yeah.
Snow doesn't flow very well.
One knows it does.
When it's not snowing, it wants water. So, is anything further? Need more information? Motion to close the public hearing?
So we can't get another lot at the end of the road?
That's not what's being conditioned.
Another lot.
I tried.
Well, I know, since he heard this TDS bullshit
know,
and stuff tonight, he might change his mind, but, entertain a motion to close the public hearing?
I think we did that, if I'm not mistaken, last time.
Did we?
Yeah.
We just took more information, I just want to make sure. Made and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Now with the in perpetuity, did that lot be taken up?
No. Who's that lot there is,
Put a duplex right at the end of the road. Boom.
40B, maybe you get 3 houses in there, John.
I
I think a
get
high
60
rise.
down
I think a high rise would look good there.
35 feet high?
Excuse me.
Get over this way,
Mhm.
Yeah, I was just, because I think these people will look at the cell.
What people?
Lot M9?
No, are you talking 8?
Oh, right here? That's
Well,
the Madigan?
Yeah.
I'd like to make a comment. We made an offer to purchase that,
you did?
yeah. For Marlon's behalf. And, he's gonna get back to us. So it very well might be added to the parcel,
Okay.
but which wouldn't affect this.
No. So you all ready for a motion here? All set?
Yeah, sure.
Make a motion, we approve the definitive subdivision plan of Cahoon Place, dated December 30th, 2013.
With conditions?
Truth was.
With conditions.
He said,
I think you have a list of them.
Yeah, the name has changed on the
Right.
roadway. It's
That's right.
Marlin
Drew's Way.
Drew's Way.
Drew's Way?
Drew's Way.
Yeah.
That was my brother.
Yeah, Drew's Way. I read that somewhere this.
Okay, so that went through the 911 system and all?
Yes.
Mm. Yeah.
And it is still, the subdivision plan is still named Cahoon Place, so.
The road is.
John, would you add to that, that the name would be corrected, and also that, under section 5, the, at the end of section 5, the word perpetuity would be included for each lot in
So
We can put that in our,
Put those right in the
Okay.
decision, the conditions,
Okay.
so,
It
that
should be on the Mylar also,
Yes.
okay.
number 5, George. General notes.
That's good.
so. First order of condition, probably should be voted separately, that the waivers requested were granted. Where are they listed? Waiver from Wareham subdivision regulations 220 street and utilities, construction plans and profiles as required. This 2-lot subdivision, lots 1 and 2 shall use the existing gravel drive with
with the improvements as
Improvements
noted.
for site access and dwelling utilities. So, this approved. Existing gravel drive. Drive to be maintained by property owners. Drive have turnaround sufficient for emergency vehicles. Lot 1 to be single family in perpetuity, lot 2 to be in perpetuity, no further subdivision to be requested for lot 1 and 2. I think that's a little redundant, but plus the standard conditions, regarding site work. So, motion to approve as conditioned.
I did. So moved.
Did you second that one?
I'd second that.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We'll get that written up for you.
Okay, and as far as changes on the Mylar, I'm just gonna go with in perpetuity now?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
And, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry to keep you here so late.
Okay.
Do you want a copy, do you want this copy back?
No.
Good enough.
That can go in your file.
Recycling.
Now, if we could just, what else we got here?
Smithers?
Okay, good luck.
Evidently Smithers again, because they're waiting.
Could we have a,
10 minutes.
could we have a recommendation on the Springborn Smithers site plan? Comments?
In general, I'm in favor of the project. I understand they're gonna add one section now, and they'll see how they make out, and they'll add the second section. I think the explanation they gave to me when I asked about the pictures they presented through the woods, that they had walked out to the limits of their woods and all. I'm just concerned, and was concerned, when they start to clear behind their property to put an addition, then they need to clear a little further for the detention ponds. The next thing you know, there's like 20 feet of scrub pine, and the lights go on, and everybody behind it's complaining. So that's all, that was my main concern, and I think he's on record as saying that it won't shine through, so I'm in favor.
I think I'm in favor of the project. I do have a couple questions, though. I'd like to get a little more information on, they did talk to their abutter, McDuffie. I'd like to make sure that they're comfortable with whatever, that they're aware of what's happening. I think it's important that the abutters give some comment on that, especially in that case where that parking area was 20 feet or so from the lot line. And I think all in all, I think the project has good merit, but I would like to see a little more detail on the buildings. I know I haven't seen those original buildings, so probably that's on me to see that. But
Yeah, if you know where the Deacon's is, just drive down that side street, it's
Yeah.
down on the right. It's
But,
not, now let me ask you, the green cards, was McDuffie notified and all that?
Yeah, I think he's.
Yeah.
So, you know, he's,
He wouldn't be notified of tonight, but he's been notified of the public hearing.
right.
So, I just,
Yeah, I tend to agree, this is a
Yeah.
expansion of an existing use.
Is there any-
Probably,
is
it's
there any-
probably fitting.
no remaining,
Uh,
no issues with, and I'm only asking because it was brought up, odors from the facility or the plant or I'm not sure what that all is about, but is that something directly tied to that facility, or is it the neighborhood, or is it something else?
It's always somebody else. It's
I
never your
don't know
building.
if the last upgrade to that pumping station resolved the odor issues. And I don't know, does Walmart?
Yeah, I believe that that was the one that Makepeace put a lot of money into. That was, remember we had the Walmart issue? They were upset about Walmart tying in.
One atomizer, they had two.
Yeah. Also, on the
It was pretty stinky under the bridge there for a while.
It was. Also, if you go to the facility, it looks like a campus. And there's very low light as far as what they do even at night there. I mean, you go in there, and you go in the front, there's like a courtyard between the buildings.
Yeah.
And you have no idea that they're running a business there virtually. It looks like a college campus. And like I say, as far as the parking goes with the lighting, there's nothing there.
Well, I remember back when there was no distinguishable parking lot up there, and it was all dirt, and
Yeah.
it was just a converted screen house. It's come a long way since then.
They've done a nice job with it, really.
So actually, since it's not a public hearing, I can speak. In response to your comment,
Yes, sir.
the neighbor was approached.
Yes.
He saw all the preliminary plans. Actually, Joe has tried to reach him in the last few days, but he didn't register any objection
Yeah.
at that time. I don't want to suggest he has seen
Sure.
the final plans, but
He
is
knows
that
what it
clear?
is.
Yes, actually, Chief McDuffie was the first person that we reached out to. And although, again, as Mr. Winokur said, he has not seen these final plans. He expressed no overt opposition no opposition at all to what we're doing. He's been a very good neighbor. And as far as we know, he's supportive of what we're saying. I shouldn't say that. I can't speak for the gentleman, but there's been no.
I think we would have heard
Just-
from him by now.
Well, was that mailing done twice? Or are you going to more than one public hearing?
No, you're talking about for the ZBA and site plan review?
Yeah.
No, it's combined in one notice.
Because he did ask me why he got another certified mail.
Conservation?
Conservation. We have to go to conservation.
Oh, so there is
April 2nd.
another hearing coming up.
Yeah.
They told him it was a subpoena.
I don't know whether there's any way the board could vote tonight. It would be helpful because we're going on the 9th. I don't know that the ZBA will vote that night, but they won't if you haven't. So if you feel comfortable in voting, that would be great, but I understand if you won't.
One question that always comes up is the number of stacks that are coming through the roof of that building. Are they monitored as to what leaves the building, or is that?
There's basically two disciplines within the building, the biologists that conduct the studies and then the chemists that run a typical chemistry laboratory. We're highly regulated. The stacks are all related to ventilation that we have in our laboratories. And we're very highly regulated as to what we can handle and what we work with. We take those regulations, those state and federal regulations to heart, and we have our own internal committees that are even more conservative in their approach to how we handle the things that we're working with. You know, I don't want to say that they're benign things. They're not, but you know, having been there for almost 40 years and having served as a chairperson on the safety committee for 15 of those 40 years, whatever personal assurance I can provide that it's a safe atmosphere, a safe workplace, literally a safe atmosphere of what comes out of there. But we are regulated to have, of course, proper ventilation for anything that we're doing inside. And we just have a lot of chemistry laboratories, a lot of ventilation, and that's why you see so many stacks coming out of that roof.
Is there any fallout monitored out of them stacks, period? Only reason I ask that is because the school was so close in proximity to the site. I think that question was brought up 40 years ago, and I know way back with some history on that site, before sewer was installed, you guys had the moats in the back where all the wastewater and everything was drained. They used to have the three-headed frogs and everything else. If you've been there a while, you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I have, and I was involved somewhat in those days when we actually put the pump station in at our expense at that time to service our facility and the school. So what we were doing at that time was permitted in the early years of the industry and of the science. As soon as that permitting became an issue, we immediately went about tying into the sewer system and putting in that pump station. As far as your question about monitoring what comes out of the stacks, no, we do monitor very closely what we bring into the building, and we do what's called a mass balance. So we have a very good account of what we bring in and what we collect. And we collect in liquid form as much of anything that could be considered to be hazardous waste and retain that, and that goes out through a special third-party hauler that takes that away under very strict licensing requirements by the state. So our actual discharge, whether it's through the water or through the air, is very, very low as far as what goes out the stack or down the drain.
There has to be a threshold there someplace, or measuring device. Something similar to that come up with when CMAS was going into operation at the street a couple of miles. And living in the area, I've noticed in the last 15 years the quality of air has gone down quite rapidly. You know, you can paint something white within 3 weeks. You can feel grit certain hours of the night. So when you see tall stacks, you know, it tells you that you're trying to get something up and away. And the thing is, what I'm concerned about is, I say, the fallout. Because, you know, go up on a damp day, you got the playgrounds right next door to schools, kids are playing soccer and this and that. And, you know, it's just being a concerned citizen, I guess, you know, if you ask that question. Because that place has flown like, I want to see under the radar for years. When they first put it there, questions were asked and they were never answered.
It's a good question. There are regulations as far as the stack height and where your stack can be, and this is regard to any discharge of a ventilation of that nature. It has to be, I forget what the numbers are, I think it's 25 feet from your point of intake. Yeah. So we have discharges and intakes all over that building. Whatever we're pushing out through the stacks, we have to draw back into the building, so the building is not just a big giant vacuum. So we're drawing the same air in very close proximity back into that building. We wouldn't be doing anything unsafe for our own employees that we wouldn't be comfortable with. So again, no, there's no monitoring of the discharge. We do monitor very closely what we're working with in our areas where we're ventilating. And again, that we're within our limits, our state limits or code limits, if you might, and those are 25 feet. So we're the closest to those discharges of anyone, and we're very cognizant of that. We're upstream, downstream, depending on which way the wind is blowing, because our intakes are located all over that building. And we're monitoring the work that we do. We're looking at extremely low concentrations of the things that we test. We test anything that's on the market needs to be registered with the EPA before it can be sold, packaged, discharged. And so we're monitoring those materials, and we have instruments that can monitor down to the part per billion routinely, even to the part per trillion, which is almost unfathomable as far as what that number is. If we were seeing any kind of contamination from our discharge, because we're drawing that air back into the building, we would be seeing that contamination in our building. We're the ones who are closest.
Okay.
We are closest.
I guess the question I should ask you, you know, instead of dragging it on, because we've been here a long time, would you let your grandkids play in the school field and feel comfortable?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's good enough.
That's probably.
And I have four grandkids, not in town, but I have.
That's probably the most frequently asked question I get is, what is that building over there and what are those pipes in the air? So I appreciate your answer, and I hope that alleviates some fears. And
you didn't know the main building in that place is haunted?
I tell my crew that comes in the middle of the night,
There's ghosts in there, that's for sure.
I've noticed that.
My concerns would be off-hours lighting. You know, we don't want that to be a sore spot for the neighbors, and noise, and I haven't found your site to be a noisy operation, so I don't know that we even have to comment on it. Unless you're gonna start testing explosives over there or something.
So this is just a favorable recommendation of, to the zoning board is all we're after.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got, what is it, April 2nd is your conservation, and April 9th, a great day in history, by the way. So I would encourage a favorable approval.
So you're making a motion for us to...
For a favorable recommendation to the zoning board.
With some points, like the buffer with the neighbor,
Exactly.
off-hours lighting, anything else?
I think there's still a lot of detailed information we don't have, but that's gonna come as the process moves forward, so.
Right, well, zoning and all,
Right.
Well, it goes with zoning.
Elevations?
Yeah,
yeah, put it down, elevations, building,
you know, more complete plans, which we're gonna need to see at some point.
Anything else? Trying to turn away from everybody, Mike.
Do we have any Lysol around here?
Any what?
Lysol.
Haven't drinking it all night.
You guys have, do you carry any sprays, good chemicals?
We've got really good ventilation stacks.
You have any alcohol so I can sterilize it? Jim B. So we have a motion to give with that positive recommendation
positive recommendations from
with
us.
a few concerns.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And with that, I would be looking for, do we have any other business to
Thank you.
conduct?
Thank you very much. Motion to adjourn?
I
Second,
would.
second.
Motion. Gee, I don't have any trouble getting that
I'd
motion.
like to stay a little while.
All in favor?
Aye.
Meeting adjourned at 11:07.
Night, folks.
Sorry to keep you all so late.